Okay, I've got 229, so I'm going by my phone, everybody. So
yeah, I can get a 15-year-old. They come in here and fix it in like 20 seconds, and it's like takes me a month.
I don't even try to fix that stuff anymore.
Turn the phone off.
Okay, I do have that it's 2:30, and we do have the Salina Net Generation tennis group with us today. I don't know, Chris Cotton or Mike Scragg, if either one of you have something to lead us into this, or if you want them to go ahead and get started.
Yeah, this is Mike. I'll kick it off just a little bit. Commissioners, as I'm sure you're aware, the tennis courts have been a deferred maintenance item for us. They've been a topic of the Park Master Plan conversation. They're in our Park Master Plan priority list. And so that's been kind of a focus for staff, but no immediate solution identified or funding source. Meanwhile, Net Generation, and I'll let them introduce themselves and explain a little bit further, has been working with us in coordination for quite a while now, talking about how they might try to tackle something similar to what Baseball Enterprises tried to pursue with baseball, and they've done quite a bit of impressive work. They have some good ideas and a lot of enthusiasm, and so what we've done is put together what I think is kind of a 3-part presentation. I've asked Chris, as on behalf of the Parks Department, to talk about the current condition of our tennis courts, and if we were going to just pick up where the Park Master Plan says we should, what that might look like. Then the second part of that presentation, I want to give Net Generation an opportunity to explain to you their vision and their proposal. And then the third part is back to Chris talking about if we took Net Generation up on their offer, or we tried to pursue that approach, what that might look like in terms of our ongoing operations and maintenance and cost. So first, I'll give Chris an opportunity to add any additional detail that he might like, and then we'll dive into his presentation.
I don't have any additional information to what Mike said. He kind of said exactly what I was going to say. So the first presentation I'll give, the second presentation Clark and the rest of the tennis group will give, and then we'll come back to the third. So Jacob, if you want to pull up the first slide, we can get going. Okay, let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So as you can see on this slide here, originally when I was doing my research, it looked like I found some construction documents from 1947 for courts in Oakdale. So at the time, I had just assumed that's when the first tennis courts were built. However, as you can see on this survey of Sunset Park in 1933, we had tennis courts located where the tennis courts are today. Of course, the tennis courts to what would be the west are now the horseshoe pits. Okay, we go to the next slide, please. And then this is Oakdale in 1933. And as you can see, we also have tennis courts on a survey from that time as well. Again, the earliest construction documents I could find in Laserfish were from 1947. So I was shocked to find that we already had courts there in 1933. Okay. Next slide. And then in 1938, you can see where that was again surveyed, and those would be the furthermost south courts that you see at the top of the screen. And then the road is right below that. Next. 1947, these are actually the documents in Laserfish. The courts are approved to be built by Ordinance 5271. I can only surmise that these replaced the courts that were there from the 30s. These courts are concrete cement courts, and out of all of our courts, those are actually in the best condition right now. Next slide. And then the north courts are redone in 1966. Next slide. 1974, the Oakdale East courts are resurfaced. Next slide. This letter here is just simply to indicate this is at the time that Ivey Park came online or was in development talks. You can see that the board at the time was receptive to an offer of $1,300 an acre for 24 acres of land. And then underneath that, you'll see that we were to build 4 tennis courts on the site, mutually agreeable for the school. So part of that land swap for us to get that was to build the courts. That's okay, Jacob. You're good. 1975, Oakdale West courts resurfaced. Next. Other improvements and repairs. Fencing was added to Oakdale and Sunset in 1974 to cost of $25,594. The Sunset courts are resurfaced in 1979 for $14,150. Courts are recommended in the 1985 master plan for Airport Park, but they were not built. Sunset was once again resurfaced in 1990 for $22,000. Oakdale courts are resurfaced in 1994 for $33,000. Jerry Ivey was resurfaced in 2002 for $11,000. Oakdale was resurfaced again in 2006 for $51,000. Sunset courts resurfaced in 2010 for $15,000. Jerry Ivey resurfaced in 2014 for $37,728. Those are all the ones that I was able to find in Laserfish. There may be others, but those are the ones that I was able to find. Next slide. So from the master plan, oh, there we go, Jerry Ivey Park. If you look down at the bottom of the screen, you can see where it's highlighted, where it says that some cracking is beginning to develop in the tennis court surfacing and may need repair in the next 5 years. We're going to come to some pictures that show that it needs it now. Next slide, please. Oakdale Park, recommendation from the master plan to remove all tennis courts if a new 14-court tennis center is constructed at Kenwood Park. If the tennis center is not constructed, existing courts will need to be rebuilt. Notice that terminology is rebuilt, not resurfaced. Next slide, please. Sunset Park recommendations at the very bottom. Remove tennis courts if a new tennis center is constructed. Next slide, please. I know there's been a lot of conversation in the community about pickleball. Pickleball lines were added to Sunset in 2011. If you read the excerpt from the master plan, it says citizens did not rank the upgrade of tennis courts nor the need for pickleball courts very high in the survey. Nonetheless, all existing tennis courts must be upgraded or abandoned. Pickleball is one of the fastest growing sports in America, and it is possible that citizens of Salina are not familiar with the activity because it is a relatively new trend. Evaluate partnership opportunities with the private sector and schools for a contemporary tennis center, which is what we're doing right now. Abandon all tennis courts in town if a new tennis center is developed at Kenwood Park, and then repurpose the lighted skate park facility at Centennial Park for 4 each pickleball courts. Although pickleball is not rated high on the ETC survey, it is near the top of the list for the fastest growing sports in America. As part of this project, we did meet with the contractor out on the horseshoe courts, as the horseshoe group has recently disbanded. The estimated cost to turn those courts into pickleball courts is between $150,000 to $175,000. Next slide, please. Kenwood Park, under recommendations, construct a 14-court contemporary tennis center. Next slide, please. This is just a rough sketch that was put together for the Parks and Recreation Master Plan showing what could happen. Obviously, with working with the Salina Net Generation, they have a different concept. It's a really great concept, and so we'll get to that with their presentation. Next slide, please. This is what you're looking at right now is the geotextile fabric repair system that we've used over the years to try to repair the cracks in the courts. And I just wanted you to see this because later on I'll refer to this as a Band-Aid. I just wanted you to see actually what it was and what it looked like. Next slide, please. Again, this is more looking at the geotextile fabric. And the reason I have several of these pictures is I want you to understand that these truly are just a large Band-Aid that goes over the cracks once the cracks are sealed or filled. This does not solve any of the existing problems we have. You can see the one on the left where the material is coming up. And on the picture on the right, you can actually see the material underneath the tennis playing surface. Next slide, please. Just more patchwork of this together where it's coming apart through expansion or shrinkage of the product. The picture on the right, you can actually see where the cracks have redeveloped and actually separated the material. Next slide, please. Okay, this one here is, if you look at the picture on the left, the picture on the left is actually at Sunset Park. You can faintly see the light green pickleball line to the kind of left of the screen, followed by a crack in the material. And then you can see part of one of the patches where the line is. You can see part of one of the patches is starting to give. On the right, that is at the same park, and you can see where another section of the material has shrank and is actually starting to come up on its own. And you can see where the cracks have redeveloped, where the fill material has failed and sunken into the courts, and how it's opened up even further. Next slide, please. This is just a picture of Oakdale as they look today. Next slide, please. Another view of Oakdale. You can see the pin in the foreground that shows you how wide the cracks are. These are actually pictures that were taken by Tom Perrin last year. Next slide. Current condition of Sunset Park courts. Next slide, please. Another view of Sunset. Again, the light green lines that you see, those are our pickleball court lines added to that court. And then this is Jerry Ivey. I took these pictures. Let's see, the thing went out to you Thursday. So I took these pictures last Wednesday just to show you how quickly it's deteriorated since the master plan was done. You can see in the middle of the middle, you can see where that's actually, I believe, an expansion joint from when those were originally built as concrete courts in 1974, 75. But all of that is failing throughout the entire system of courts over there. And then you can see where the recoating has come up off the original coating all the way down to the concrete. Next slide, please. Another view from Tom Perrin on the failing of the material of the courts, how they're coming apart. And if you look on the left, you can actually see how deep the crack is by the pin sticking up out of the crack. That's just to give you more perspective on how deep the cracks are and how severe they are. So option number one, if we just fill all the cracks in the existing courts in our system, it's estimated to be $3,527 per court times 15 courts. That's $48,855. The courts will look patched. There's no guarantee the cracks will not come back or elongate. And this does not solve the ongoing problem, which is a crumbling base and no drainage. So we'll spend all the money to patch them, only for me to come back to you in another couple of years and say we need to patch them again. Option number two is fill the cracks, resurface, use the geotextile fabric repair system, Band-Aid, new color coating. I have two different vendors that have quoted me on this. The first one is for $15,127 per court for $226,905. The second company quoted $27,468 per court for $412,020. They just have a difference in the way that they go about doing things, but both of those recommendations or both of those options simply entail filling the cracks and putting another Band-Aid over what's there. Does not solve the ongoing problem, which is a crumbling base with no drainage. Option number three is to rebuild all the courts traditionally. That's $53,092 per court times 15 courts for $796,386. This process would include grinding down all the original courts and use that the remnants as the base for a new court system, which would all be overlaying new asphalt over them. 8 courts for Oakdale, essentially $424,736. 4 courts, Jerry Ivey, $212,000, 368, and 3 courts at Sunset, $159,276. And as they were remilled and repoured and relayed, we would need to address the drainage, and that would be part of this price. Next slide. Option 4, which is what staff recommends if we do not pursue the other option, is to rebuild on top of the existing courts as a post-tension concrete cable system. $357,381 for Oakdale, $165,436 at Sunset. 4 courts at Jerry Ivey, $202,644. New LED lights for 15 courts, estimated to be $544,395, for a total of $1.2 million to solve the current issues with the courts. And then this is the advantages of post-tension concrete courts. Basically, they have a much longer lifespan than asphalt. The cables in them and the way they are poured will eliminate all cracking issues and all current problems that we have with the courts. Asphalt courts can take up to 90 days to be rebuilt. Post-tension concrete, 12 days to be reopened and back in use by the public. Next slide. And this is a view of Kenwood Pool when it opened in May of 1946. And with that, I'll turn it over to Clark.
All right, thanks, Chris. Jacob, can you get our first slide on there? Perfect, thank you. First of all, I want to thank the commission. I know a couple of weeks ago we had the opportunity to present on the naming rights for that footprint, and that was a big step forward for this project and for us to try to get to the point of getting the necessary funding needed. But appreciate that. That was a big boost, and appreciate the opportunity to be in front of you as a group today. There's several of us on the group, I think maybe all of us, on the Zoom right now that have been instrumental in getting this thing moved along for the past 3 years, and the cooperation with the city, the school district, and everybody's been awesome. And this is an opportunity really for our group to say, we feel this is a community project, not necessarily just tennis. Tennis certainly is the focal point in the sport, but really we see this as a project for the entire community with the site and what it brings to really Salina as a whole. So appreciate that opportunity. We can just kind of go with the next slide. And our mission really is to focus on how do we address the issue right now facing the community, where we have essentially no quality, no safe tennis courts available for the general public. And how do we resolve that? And how do we do that in a way that makes sense for the entire community and the plans that have been put in place? So, that's our mission, and that kind of sets the tone for where we want to go from here. So next slide, please. This is a layout of a concept that is a potential for the site, and we'll get into some pictures here in a bit, but this is really an aerial view. As you look down, the pool house would be there on the left, and the courts are positioned in a way. People ask us a lot, why not kind of configure them in a way we can get them more in a pattern that you can get more courts in a certain footprint. Courts in the Northern Hemisphere have to be set up in a certain direction, north-south, really to be in the best location, the best setup. So that's why you've got that angle the way that is. This was done by Jones, Gillum, Renz, and Charles Renz, and they've been an incredible partner with us as we kind of look to put this together. So this is how that was structured, as you see in this site, and we'll get into this a little bit later. There's 12 courts. I know when we originally had talked, we talked about, and this is a couple years ago, in 2018 of possibly 14. We'll get to kind of where we got to 12, and then the opportunity to add more on this footprint, because this site has a lot of advantages, not only for this project, but I think the community as well. But you're not landlocked, and you have opportunity to grow. And I firmly believe, and I know our group feels the same way, we'll have the opportunity to grow these courts, and we'll need that. We'll need that at some time in the near future. But it allows for that. And if you notice there, it's got that on the far right to the east of these courts for that future development, if and when needed. Next slide, please. Again, Chris showed you some pretty detailed slides. This is more of the same that continues to deteriorate. And we just look to find out how as a community and how as a group can we partner together to get this resolved and not only address it now, but put us in a position where we'll be much better off down the road as well. And we firmly believe we can get there collaboratively and working together to find that solution. Next slide, please. Again, overlook of the facility. This is looking north over the Bicentennial or the Tony Pizza Event Center, and kind of a layout of how that might look. Again, this is conceptual. You'll notice the courts. You'll look at a shelter structure. A hitting wall is there as well, and again, room to grow there to the east. And we'll get into again more of the advantages of what this site brings as well. Next slide, please. Again, aerial view there. And just kind of look at some of the spacing and some of the opportunities for parking around the area as well as across the street. Next slide, please. And then again, looking kind of west to north there from there. And one thing that kind of, again, this, and we'll get into this a little bit more detail as we talk about the site and its advantages, but you've got a natural windbreak there to the north with the trees along the river. And it really is an ideal site and provides a ton of different advantages, both naturally and aesthetically and from a programming and operational standpoint as well. One thing I'll point out too, you'll notice the courts and the layouts, you know, what's the advantages of having it laid out one way or the other. And there's lots of different ways you can go. We try to look at it from, you know, both a recreational standpoint, which is this first and foremost is a recreational opportunity, but as well as a competitive venue to provide events as well. And these courts laid out provide that, a little bit of mixture. Really, there's no way to get one versus the other, and you try to blend that in. So that's what we tried to accomplish here to make sure that we address all those particular issues and needs. Next slide, please. So today, I won't go over this in too much detail. Chris pretty much covered this, but you've got 15 courts, public inventory here. Oakdale, and they have lights. Jerry Ivey has lights, but not sure if how well those work. Sunset Park has 3 courts and a total of 15. The other courts in town that are not public, I haven't listed all those because the Country Club has 4, but Central High School has 8. They're not lighted. They have 2 courts that are set up for lights, but those were built about 10 years ago in a public-private partnership effort. They are not open to the public. And then Kansas Westland has 3 courts that currently are in disrepair and not used by that school as well. Next slide, please. So we want to talk a little bit about kind of where we've been, where we're at, and where we'd like to be. I won't gloss over too much. I think the commissioners know kind of the history there, but really, you know, Salina has a long history of public-private partnerships. We certainly think this is an opportunity to gather all the stakeholders. And we look at these 3 primarily, but others have been involved as well. And we try to get as much information and as much input as we can to make sure that we're addressing all the particular needs. And we know there's no way to get everybody in and address all of them and get everybody taken care of. So we try to look at what's the best option on a fixed finite budget that can give the best advantage not only for the community, but really for that reason, for that much for the entire region as well. So we've collaboratively worked together. USD 305 has been instrumental in this process. They certainly have a need and a use for these with both the middle school and the high schools. And from, you know, long history, they've used public courts in Salina as part of their sites to hold events and practices and whatnot. So tennis is a middle school sport. It's a high school sport, obviously, but you've got a tremendous level of numbers of kids participating at both the middle and high school level. But the partnership has brought together It's been fantastic. I think the dialogue has been terrific. I think everybody knows the need and how to address it. It's just a matter of now, how do we get from point A to point B to get it finished? Next slide, please. Chris Upson, I believe, is on the call. And I'm gonna kind of turn it over to him a little bit and talk a little bit about 305's partnership and their role in this effort, and how Jerry Ivey, we talk about the Kenwood site and the 12 courts there, but also part of this whole project is how USD 305 and how Jerry Ivey courts fit into this as well. So I'm going to let Chris talk a little bit about that role, and then I'll pick it up after that. Chris, can you take that on?
Yeah, sure can. Hi, I'm Chris Upson. I'm the Executive Director of Operations for USD 305. We've been engaged with this partnership from the beginning, and have tried as a school district to figure out where we best fit into the project, the idea, where we best fit into tennis. And what we've come up with is a need to have facilities close to tennis facilities close to our attendance centers, which we have at Jerry Ivey. We obviously have our courts at Central. So what we're proposing as part of this public-private partnership, the city, for us to work through the details of transferring part of Jerry Ivey Park, where the tennis courts are at, to USD 305. Thereby, we would take over all maintenance responsibilities of those courts, and that in the course of the next several years. And you can go to the next slide, please. And there's the courts there. Next slide. So what we're proposing is that we can carve off a little piece of Jerry Ivey Park there to be USD 305 property. We maintain the courts. We would propose that if this project moves forward, that we would take over the property and then resurface the 4 courts that are there, repair the 4 courts that are there yet this summer. In the out years, probably no earlier than 2023, that we would rebuild the 4 courts that are there and 2 to 4 additional courts on that site, that at least some of those courts would be for public use. We would not do what we have done at Central. We would maintain some of them for public use. And that would put public courts on the south end of town. This is the kind of the wishes of USD 305 to be a part of this project.
All right, thanks, Chris. Next slide, please. So just touch on a little bit of the history of tennis, and we've mentioned this to the commissioners in the past, but just touch on a little bit about what tennis is and how it's part of the DNA in Salina, and has been really for over 60 plus years. It's really had a success from the local level all the way to the national level. And you look at numbers both at Central and South, and other Sacred Heart numbers are growing, but you look at USD 305 numbers and they're large, both girls and boys, both at the middle school and the high school. I think this year, Central or South girls had over 30 girls on the team, and they're trying to practice on 4 courts. And I know, talking to Coach Stewart over there, many times they had to take people off the court and off to the side and work on stretching or something else. And the same thing you can look at both the middle school level at South and at Lakewood. Lakewood practices at Oakdale. They had over nearly 20 girls in their junior high program, a middle school, and South, nearly the South Middle, the same. Central girls this year, they average nearly 20 a year. I'm not sure that the number this fall, girls high school and middle school play in the fall, boys middle school and high school play in the spring. But the numbers rival those of other sports that have much bigger participation, at least on the field. You look at football, certainly big numbers, and baseball have big numbers just with positions. But these sports rival, if not exceed, a lot of those in terms of participation. So that historically has been the case in Salina, just because of the infrastructure and how at a grassroots level Salina supported tennis. It's kind of ironic that it's the only state that we don't hold a state tennis tournament in, because we don't have the resources or facilities, yet it's arguably our strongest sport at the high school level. I look at that from a number of state championships that they've won at the high school level, both boys and girls. And way back in the 80s and 70s, they hosted the Kansas State Closed Tournament, which was the biggest junior and adult tournament in the state of Kansas. It was a USTA event. Ken Nordbo, who the Oakdale courts were named after. Ken was instrumental in helping coordinate that, as were many other folks that helped put that together. But that, I believe, ended late 80s, mid 80s, and we haven't hosted or held that type of an event since then, and primarily just because of resources and other reasons, but that's primarily the case. Next slide, please. So we look at this opportunity and how does it tie in with what the city's doing, and how does it tie in with Parks and Recs, and does this make sense, and how does it make sense? And we look at part of the Parks and Rec master plan is taking care of what we have, expand what we have, and fund a new vision. Well, we certainly look at, right now we have tennis courts that are not being taken care of. So first and foremost, how do we take care of what we have? And that's one of the solutions that we want to come forward to how to address that. Next slide, please. So we asked, why Kenwood? Why now? Why is this the spot to do it? Why not? I know at one point early on, way back when, there was consideration of putting courts outside of Salina or outside of the area, and it really, when you look at it, this site is ideal. It's dilapidated. It sits right at the doorstep of our newly renovated downtown. It's right across the street from our civics center. And it looks horrible. And I can tell you, as a Rotarian, I go to Rotary meetings every Monday, or I did when we weren't in COVID. And you drive by there, and you're like, "Holy cow! This is what people see when they come to our community event center." And so we look at that, and we're like, we talk about how we can repurpose and how we can do those types of things. So there's an opportunity. Existing courts are unplayable; they all must be rebuilt. We know that. We know it's a liability and it's a safety hazard, and we've got to get to a point where how we can address it. The 12-courted model, and we talk about critical mass, critical mass is key in the standpoint of it provides opportunities, both recreational and competitive, for programming and for events. And when you look at it from a standpoint of, well, what about pods throughout the city, and have every neighborhood had a local court? That isn't feasible in really today's model, nor does it make sense for recreational events when you have lots of kids or lots of adults, and you have camps, or you have a clinic, or you have group lessons, or different types of programming. That isn't conducive to that type of opportunity. This critical mass and a lighted court model gives you that, and it gets us in a situation where we have, on par with some of other peer communities that are at our size or even smaller. We want to look at this where it's advantageous to the city and it's less expensive than what it would take going it alone, and kind of meeting the particular numbers that Chris went over earlier. There's space to expand at that footprint, as I mentioned earlier, and there's parking already in place. So you've got perimeter parking around the site, and then there's also areas in that vicinity that can be used as parking as well. Next slide, please. Again, talk about the transformation. It's centrally located right on the doorstep of downtown, provides plenty of opportunity for economic impact for downtown as it brings in not only tournaments our group certainly doesn't want to be here and say, hey, these courts are going to be built and we're going to hold the US Open here. We're not saying that. We're saying we'll have the opportunity, and certainly with our location and the lack of other facilities in the near vicinity, we'll have opportunity to do that. And you certainly have people involved that can advocate and advise and assist in bringing those towards, whether that's working with the city or the chamber or whomever. But there's an opportunity there. But we certainly don't want to bring this and say, hey, this is going to bring a gazillion dollars of economic dollars to the city. It will, in what's currently being provided from that site right now. But we also want to make sure that we understand this is a recreational venue opportunity as well. We address the unsafe court conditions for schools and community, and that's probably putting it mildly. If you go out there and you have some of those courts, it's scary on the condition they're in. Next slide, please. So we talk a little bit about what this means for the city and why this is, we believe, an opportunity that can save the city dollars, but still get a bigger and better product. So today we have 15 courts, 8 at Oakdale, 4 at Ivey, 3 at Sunset. And as Chris Upson mentioned, the partnership with the school district looking to take over the Ivey courts and keep those public. And then moving R12, the Kenwood, the Salina Net Generation courts to Kenwood gives you 12 there to 16. So basically the city goes from 15 courts to only 12 courts having to maintain, but gets 16 brand new courts for the general public. And we just think that's a model, and that's an opportunity that makes sense for a lot of different folks. Public support for tennis is strong. The opportunity to learn the game right now is minimal due to lack in safety of quality courts. Again, I get a lot of people that say, hey, Clark, why aren't, I drive by and I see some people out there and some people I don't see the courts being used. I think primarily a lot of that is there's demand for tennis in Salina. You certainly see that from the high school and middle school level, and even from there, but also at the adult level. I mean, there's people from 5 to 85 playing tennis, and it's a sport you can play your whole life. And whether you're competitive or not, it's there's an opportunity for people to get involved. It's got a low cost of entry, and it's certainly something this community has built and has a strong reputation of supporting. But I think as you have quality venues, people will play more, and it's kind of like the broken glass syndrome of a broken down house. People just don't care anymore, and you gain apathy and kind of walk by and people throw a rock through a window. They don't care. And I think that's what's to some degree has happened to our tennis courts, is we've kind of let that deteriorate. And that isn't a city fault. I'm not here to say it. That's a community issue. And that's where we come together and say, hey, how do we all collectively come together and fix this? And moving forward, how do we reduce that? And I think the opportunity is there. Again, with the exception of Salina Central, all the 305 schools utilize the public courts, and we talked a little bit about that and the role that USD 305 will play. Next slide, please. So we talk about day and night tennis available at this venue, and we want it to be free to the public. We want people to come down, and we want people to use it and to play. And tennis courts are a lot like a road. These are post-tension concrete. They need to be resurfaced occasionally, and usually that's usually about every 10 years plus years, depending on how much who you ask and how that's done. But that's roughly the average. And so they need to be resurfaced, and that's usually about $5,000 to $7,500 a court every 10 years. But we want these to be available day and night, and we want people to use them. We want programming. We want opportunities there for people to take advantage of it. But we need to get courts built. We need to have some facility where we can get this put together, and again, not only address what's happening today, but provide opportunity down the road for the community. Next slide, please. So scope of project, talk a little bit about, we'll again, Charles Renz and Jones Gillum Renz has been awesome on helping us put together kind of some of the details of this. We originally talked to the commission a couple of years ago, and at that time we were looking at 14 or 12. We were trying to figure out what's the best solution with the limited amount of resources. 12, we feel like will get us where we need to be, and it'll give us an opportunity to do more if we need to. The 2.3 million range, that includes the courts and the pool house and getting that up to snuff. And that's really where we've been. Jones Gillum Rand, our whole total was up to about 2.6, but it included features and amenities that may or may not be included, that could be added later or may not be needed at all. So that's really where we are, kind of on that cusp of right around 2.3 million range. If we can get it lower, we'd like to try to do that. What can the city and what can we arrange to get that site prepped to maybe minimize some of those costs? Those are things that we need to hammer out. Chris Cotton mentioned the post-tension concrete and some of these others. That's what most courts today you look at are being built with post-tension concrete. It's the most, it's just the best quality, longest lasting way to go about doing it. And some of the courts that Chris talked about in his presentation were not done that way, but that's the way that we feel is in the best interest. Central's courts were done that way, and they were built roughly 10 years ago. And that really gives us a kind of a good benchmark of how we want to see those look. So we look at how do we get there. If you use 2.6, and we really think we're confident that could be a figure lower than that, depending on how we want to approach this thing. But we've raised to date, as of today, we're over 1.1 million in pledges and donations. And we need to figure out how do we get the rest of this and what that number is going to look like. How do we get that? How do we get that raised and completed to complete the master plan? Next slide, please. So in those cost estimates and alternates, these are some of the things that we've addressed that go into that. And the pool house, or we'll call it the clubhouse really, because we look, it's not going to be a pool house any longer, provides a lot of opportunity. It's an existing structure that can be repurposed, doesn't need to be demolished. It's still got electricity. It's got all the utilities, water piped into it. It really provides a great resource for this facility. Do we need all of it? Does the site need all of it? Maybe, maybe not. But you really probably don't need to use it unless you have an event there or some sort of a tournament. So it doesn't necessarily need to be used 24/7 or 365 days a year. It can be used on a limited basis. But you do want to have restrooms or something that are available to the public, that are available while it's open. So these are just kind of some of the things we've looked at in the cost estimates and things that may or may not be able to be taken in and out of the estimate. Next slide, please. And then we talk a little bit about security of the courts, and certainly today, all the courts around the public courts, the 15, are pretty much open to the general public whenever they want to get on to them. And that can be detrimental if you've got people that are skateboarding or riding bikes or whatever. But part of it too, I think, is just again, it goes back to the state of the courts and the conditions. I think people don't really care, and people are just over there doing whatever they want to do on those courts. So we want to have, I think it's up to the city to decide how they would want to see that. But I think there's various options to keep it to a point where you do protect the asset and the investment, and you want to make it last as long as it can. And so there's different options there that could certainly be considered and looked at to maximize the investment and keep it secure. Next slide, please. So how will construction of the facility be paid? We look at private funding, grants, naming rights. All those will be part of the equation and will be needed. Again, I go back to the naming rights. That was a big boost for us, and certainly an opportunity for us to to accelerate the opportunity to get the funds needed to get this construction and project off the launching pad. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn this next slide, next couple slides over to Samantha Angel, and she's just going to touch on some things that we considered on the facility.
Thanks, Clark. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for your time. The question is, can the courts be financially self-sustaining? And of course, to steal an answer from Mr. Bankston, the answer is it depends. Our idea has always been that the courts will be open and free and accessible to the general public, just like they are now. But there are some ways to generate some revenue for future maintenance or needs at the courts. Could do something like the sale of yearly tennis passes like they have at Kenwood Cove or the golf course, and purchase of a yearly pass might get you access to an online court reservation system or a key card so that you could access the courts after hours to play, something like that, some kind of perk that you get for your yearly pass. You could do individual court rental fees, just like folks pay to get into Kenwood Cove or to use the municipal golf course. Probably have to be a minimal fee, less than $5 for an hour, or maybe you only charge the fee during peak hours in the evening or early morning when folks are playing during the summer. Of course, court rental fees to third parties who want to use the new venue to host tournaments or events there. Fee-based programming for kids, for juniors and adults, if we're going to put programming on at the courts. Tournament fees and entry fees, whether those are a USTA or a UTR tournament, we would be able to collect tournament fees and entry fees and raise some money that way. Of course, there could also be year-round fundraising, donations, and grant requests that would generate income as well. And then hopefully in the clubhouse, we'll have some equipment and snacks and drinks, and we can make a little bit of money selling that to folks that come to use the new facility. Can I get the next slide? Thanks. So we've done some research on different operating models and what might work. And really, as we move forward toward getting all the money donated and starting construction, we really need to maintain communication with Chris and Mike and the commission to figure out what the city's vision is for this new facility and how we want it to look moving forward with programming. It could simply be where we build the courts, turn it back over to the city and walk away. And it's similar to what Oakdale looks like today, with maybe Parks and Rec running some junior programming in the summer. But other than that, it's just a facility that's open to the public to come play tennis. We talked about, could there be a partnership, whether it's just with the city and a nonprofit, or is it a three-way partnership with Net Generation, the city, and a nonprofit to work together to try and generate some programming at the courts, and what that would look like. You could also do a partnership with a for-profit entity, which is what Crossover has done in Topeka. It's the county and the Topeka Tennis Association and Genesis there, and they've come up with a plan that works for them for programming at Crossover. There's an idea we could become a self-sustaining nonprofit with a director and staff similar to like a community theater or something like that, where there's a nonprofit that hires a director and a pro to run programming there. The First Tee model, of course, is a nonprofit geared generally towards youth just beginning in the sport and learning how to play. Could look something like that. It could be a completely city-run and staffed facility similar to Riverside in Wichita, where city hires a director and tennis pros, and they put on programming and host tournaments at the facility. There's also a couple different locations in town, of course, that have indoor courts, and hopefully there could be some kind of agreement or partnership with the city and the entities that own the indoor courts to allow for some crossover and sharing of the courts during the winter years when we can't use the outdoor courts. Next slide, please. This is just an example of what like an online reservation system might look at if we put something like that in place for the new facility. Next slide, please. That's all I have. I'm turning it back over to Clark.
All right, thanks, Sam. Thanks. So here we have, this is our final slide, and we just talked a little bit about, all right, where we are at and where we need to go in next steps. So, one of the things that we looked at collectively as a group is, as we create this vision, this project, ensure that we don't have this conversation 10 years from now and we built something that we can't sustain or we can't maintain, and ensure, as Samantha mentioned, on some of those ways that maybe there can be some dollars recouped, or however we do that, is just ensure that it's got the proper budget that's directed directly to that project, and we can ensure that the maintenance of that, and primarily the biggest part of that maintenance is just, as we talked about earlier, resurfacing that, but also the general upkeep and maintenance of the site, which is going to be key. Again, we look at approval from the city, a resolution of support to allow us to move forward, which would include the transfer of the Ivey Park courts, but also it gives us the chance, if we need to get additional funds raised, to get in front of the general public and say, hey, the city supports this. We've got formal approval. We've got X number of time to get it done, or it may not happen. And so that gives us that resolution of support, and that it gives us, again, another springboard to get the project across the finish line. So again, that goes into complete fundraising, execute agreements with the three entities, complete the site work, get the courts transferred to USD 305, get the court construction and facility set, and then game on. And that's kind of our vision and our thought process, and we'd certainly like to open it up for discussion and address any questions you may have.
Okay, does staff have any comments before I open it up to the commissioners for questions and comments?
Go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say, I think that we would probably want to go over the last set of slides that I have that talks about some city costs to make things happen, and before we have the questions and answers, I think some of your
Perfect.
questions are going to pertain to what I'm getting ready to say.
Okay.
Jacob, it's the last slide, slide number 3. There we go. Can you go to the next slide, please? So the estimate to remove existing structures, we estimate $21,780 to eventually remove the sunset courts. To remove the existing Oakdale pool, the one that was capped in the 50s to become an ice skating rink, $77,000. To remove the existing Oakdale tennis courts, $43,441. To remove the Kenwood pool, $106,391. And to remove the rodeo grounds, $75,500 for a total of $324,112.50 estimate. Obviously, this could happen in different phases. It wouldn't all have to happen at once. The first thing that we would need to do would be to remove the Kenwood pool and the rodeo grounds. Next slide, please. We estimate the cost to reopen the Kenwood facilities. Remember, those were closed when the new water park opened. And essentially the facilities haven't been touched since, other than Parks uses it for storage. The electrical would need to be updated. Best estimate, $12,500. The windows, a lot of the windows have been broken out since the facility was closed, $2,200 to repair those. Currently, the front and rear entrance doors are roll-up doors, so we'd actually need to put new doors in. We estimate that to be about $18,000. Plumbing, we need to repair the supply and drain service, install sink and toilet fixtures in the original locations, estimate $22,500. Install 2 ADA showers with changing rooms in the men's and women's restrooms, estimate $15,200. The wood soffit around the facility needs to be repaired, $4,600. We talked about, there's been several mentionings of running the facility, only having it open when we need to have it open, very similar to how we run and maintain Carver and Friendship Centers. So we think that by putting an exhaust fan in there to keep the air circulating during the hotter times of the year, that would save us on major HVAC costs, but an exhaust fan would be $7,600. So a total facility opening budget, $82,600. Next slide, please. Estimated future costs, average utility and maintenance cost estimate, $17,095 per year. With all LED lights on the courts, the lighting cost would be minimal. And if we run the facility similar to Carver and Friendship, where it's only used as needed, that would keep our staff maintenance down. The average cost to replace a tennis net is $179. That'd be $2,148 for all 12 courts. The average cost to resurface courts every 10 years, $7,500 per court. I know Clark mentioned $5,000 to $7,500, but I wanted to be safe. So that's $90,000. And I think that's the last slide. Yes. So now we'd open up for any questions that y'all may have.
Okay, commissioners.
Well, if somebody else is ready to go first, go ahead. I'm still writing my questions.
Okay, I'll go.
Okay.
I've been writing them down throughout the presentation. Mr. Cotton, one of the things that I don't see in your estimate for dealing with the existing facility, is there any thought to what might be necessary to make the exterior a little more attractive than it is? Of course, just getting rid of the pool and the old fence and so on will help, but in terms of the building itself, is there something we can do to spruce that up a little bit? Have you given that any thought?
Well, as part of replacing the wood soffit around the building, that would help a lot. We did look at that. We did not budget to do any major renovations to the facility, to the exterior. If you look back at the presentation that Clark gave, the tennis group budgeted $200,000 for interior work to the facility or work to the facility. Our plans would be just to, very much like if you were a business moving into the mall, they'd give you a blank canvas to work with, and we would just fix all the structural stuff and turn it over to them. So we have not done a lot of any work other than fixing the wood soffit for exterior work.
Okay.
Obviously, landscaping, we trim up the trees and make it presentable again, but we don't want to take away from whatever it is the tennis group may want to do.
Okay. Those of you who know me know I'm not a huge sports advocate. It's not that I'm opposed to sports. It's just not. It doesn't jerk my chain. It did watch the Chiefs last night, and it was an ugly win. But I like the layout. Clark said something about some people saying, "Well, why don't you change it to get more courts in?" But it's attractive. I mean, it's interesting. Maybe not attractive, interesting. I agree with most of his comments on the location. It's accessible to downtown. It's accessible to Ohio Street as far as access off the interstate. It would be a great showpiece compared to what we have now for events at the Tony's Event Center. I think there's definite advantage to consolidating courts at one location in terms of, particular if you want to have events there. That just, that seems like that would almost be a requirement to do something like that. I am with respect to the Jerry Ivey court, I noticed that Clark was a little more enthusiastic about those all having public access than Chris was. And that's something that I would consider to be very important. And it's continuing maintenance. As much as I don't want to say this, one of the things about continuing maintenance on city facilities is an advocacy group to bring that to our attention. Because what's probably happened with tennis courts, they've gradually deteriorated, people continue to use them, but there's been no group saying, hey, you need to take care of this. And it's unfortunate, but that's the way things work sometimes. So I think that'd be important moving forward is when we put this into place is to have some continuing input from that interest group. I don't like the idea of fixing the existing courts at all. I just don't think that any of those options are realistic. Even the quote unquote complete reconstruction, asphalt surfacing just strikes me as an accident waiting to happen. I much prefer doing it the concrete way, doing it right. They'll last. Something that wasn't talked about specifically is, Clark, you said something about a resolution of support, which I'm perfectly willing to do. Is there thought of a financial request from us to assist this project moving forward? And if so, how much?
Yeah, I would say from our perspective, I mean, that's where we've talked quite along in the dialogue it's been is how would that look and work? And so when we first started having this discussion, the goalposts were, so to speak, at 1.2 roughly. And for the only reason for that was how do we make this more affordable for the city and the community doing it this way versus going backwards and doing it the other way. And then that goalpost kind of got moved, and to no fault of anyone's, other than the fact that there was uncertainty, there was a pandemic going on, and there was all sorts of variables that we didn't have control over. But as a group going out and trying to fundraise, which we had a very good success at doing that, but doing that in a way that, hey, how much do you need? Well, we're not sure. We know what the project cost is going to be, but we don't understand from a city perspective what they're able to do. And you've got a site there that is dilapidated that you could make an argument could have been demoed when the Kenwood pool site was, or the Kenwood Cove site was done. And we didn't want to, and then we felt like, well, are we going to get lost in the shuffle where the city's got finite number of dollars and got a fiscal situation where they've got to address, and is that going to get lumped into our project? Well, we're coming in with a solution to try to say, hey, this can work. So I guess to answer your question, Rod, I'm not sure we have a definite number, but we'd like to see where there's some skin in the game, and the city has. I mean, they've got skin in the game. They've got the land there. We're having these discussions, but how do we make it in a way that makes sense for everybody, and how can we get to the finish line sooner than later? Because we all know we can't keep kicking the can down the road and having this discussion from a year from now, because those folks that are eager to put dollars into this, that money will only be around so long. I know this is a long-winded answer, and I don't really have the exact number in mind, other than, what can we do to make this fair for all parties and get this thing started sooner than later.
Commissioners, this is Mike. I hope this is helpful. The Salina Net Generation has been great to work with and been very understanding of kind of our situation. I think I've been pretty frank that we don't have a lot of cash, free cash available. Our funding source most likely is the $500,000 a year we targeted as part of the Park Master Plan funding from the sales tax. And so our conversations circled around a couple of things. Number one, admittedly, it's deferred maintenance that's gotten away from us. It's cliche, but if we could keep doing what we've always done, we're going to keep getting what we always got. And all our history has been patch repairs on a sporadic basis as we might be able to afford them. And I don't think staff, I think staff agrees with you, Commissioner Franz, that repairing or rebuilding is not preferred compared to post-tension concrete. And so the way we looked at it was, we do feel like we have an obligation. The Kenwood pool, not only does it just need to be demoed, it needs to be prepped in such a way that it'll support the courts and won't fail. That's why that cost is what it is. And then the rodeo ground demolition, and frankly, if I had my way, I would like to remove all the other tennis courts. So we're going to find ourselves in a situation that, well, it's great that we have tennis courts at Kenwood, but you've got tennis courts in my neighborhood. You ought to repair those above and beyond what we just got doing in the way of a tennis complex. So I think my vision for our financial commitment was kind of those costs that Chris laid out: the upfront investment to prep the sites, the demolition, and then the ongoing maintenance. And I'm hopeful that you get post-tension concrete in place, then that's a reasonable ongoing maintenance that we can manage and budget to. I've told Salina Net Generation more than once that I view them as saving our bacon on this deal. If they come forward with the project that they proposed, they get us out of the hole we currently find ourselves in terms of deferred maintenance, and then we might be able to take the handoff and get people back on our courts and get tennis going again in our community.
Okay, I would suggest, I agree with the demolition and of the courts. I agree with prepping the site. I agree that we're sort of culpable. We are culpable in terms of allowing the maintenance to get away from us. The $500,000 a year that's dedicated out of the sales tax, I am reluctant to commit all of that because we've got a lot of other needs that we need to address too. But I would certainly be amenable to discussing a portion of that, maybe structured in a way similar to the way we structured the Stiefel Theater improvement, that we put a certain amount out there every year, maybe over 3 years. I don't know if that fits the time frame, and structured such that contribution is dependent on a match from private contributions during that same time period. That at least, I'm not a fundraiser, but that gives the Net Generation group the perspective of saying, hey, it's 2 for 1. If you contribute every dollar you contribute, we've got a match for up to a certain amount. And I wouldn't be at all opposed to, well, we need to talk about the amount, but it needs to be significant enough to make a difference. Let me put it that way.
And
I think we have an obligation here.
And
to
if it's
do that.
helpful, I think the format we talked about was in this initial presentation, get a sense of view of whether there's support from the governing body. If there is, proceed with that resolution of support, or resolution of intent. As Clark said, that communicates to them and to their donors that we're moving forward and there's value in pursuing the donations. And then shortly, as quickly as we can turn it around, bring back an agreement that gets to the level of detail that you're describing.
And that's kind of, that's kind of where I'm at in terms of, because I look at the scope of the project, and I'm sorry, I'm juggling the 3 different presentations here. And I see that we need about $1.6 million to complete the master plan. And we have a $324,000 potential demolition budget, and the 82.6 to bring the old pool building up to snuff. And, I think it would be helpful just so that everybody is aware of the expectations of each different entity. I'm fine with proceeding with the resolution of support, but I think that we've at least got to have some sort of theoretical agreement of how what the cost sharing is going to look like, in terms of, if we're just looking at, the demolition and the site preparation, that's one thing. If we are going to be looking for a funding source for a greater amount, we just need to be aware of that as well. And I just had a couple other questions / remarks. I wanted to follow up on Commissioner France. He had directed a question toward Mr. Upson. And if we were to proceed with, deaccessioning our Jerry Ivey tennis courts to USD 305, I kind of feel like this is something that, unfortunately, I think we kind of have to have all these discussions at the same time. Because I also heard kind of a lack of enthusiasm for, keeping courts open to the public. And I understand that reluctance, because I'm sure it makes them degrade more quickly, but that would be an assurance that as a commissioner, I'd want to know exactly how many courts are going to remain open and have that assurance before proceeding. And I don't know if that's something that Mr. Upson can speak to now, or if that's something that's, ongoing under ongoing discussion.
Commissioner Hodges, we've talked about half of the courts being open. Initially, all the existing courts that are there, the 4 courts that are there, will be open. So in the first several years, we'll repair the courts and leave them open the way they are. In the future, when we replace those courts and build additional, the thinking is that we would have some of those courts would be isolated and fenced off and and half of them would remain open to the public.
So does that look like we would always have three or, I mean, and that's something that I think it would be helpful to have nailed down. So does that mean that there will always be at least 3 or 4 courts guaranteed for public use?
I think the intention would be that we wouldn't change what's available right now.
Okay,
So
thank you.
4
Thank
courts
you.
stay open, 4 courts stay open.
Great, gotcha. Thank you. That's really helpful. The other thing is, right now, who does the Parks and Rec, tennis programming? Is that done through Genesis still?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you broke up on my end. What
Oh,
was your-
I'm sorry. I just wanted to know who did Parks and Rec tennis programming, and it's Genesis.
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Okay. And if my feed interrupts, let me know. I may have to get closer to my Wi-Fi source. The final thing is, I noticed that we have all these demolition costs listed, and I know that as recently as a couple of months ago, we did have a citizen who came to us with a proposal for reusing the old Oakdale pool site that's now been filled in, and there's an art installation there, et cetera, et cetera. And I guess I'm just kind of wondering, you know, is one, could we have a further discussion, not necessarily related to Net Generation, but in terms of what would happen, other uses for that old Oakdale pool? And then the final thing is, one of our most heavily used parks is our skateboard park. And while the surface on the Kenwood courts may not be, it obviously isn't suitable for playing tennis, is it something that we could look at another use for some of these areas instead of just demoing them wholesale? And I'm assuming just, you know, planting grass or having gardens. Could we look potentially at other uses that that need the hard surface but could be adapted for a different use?
Well, absolutely. I mean, I've actually built skate parks in 2 other communities. I'm perfectly capable of turning one of those sites into a skate park. However, it's not going to solve the issue of the base is crumbling and the cracks are going to remain. So I could not feasibly take an existing tennis court and make it a skateboard park and have it be safe. I would have to tear it out and rebuild it. Now, there has been talk with the futsal group about turning Sunset into futsal courts. Even though they have drainage issues, we could overlay that with basically what's called sport court tile, and that would be playable. I mentioned earlier, we've talked to the pickleball group. We've looked at pickleball pricing between 150 to 175,000 to convert either one of those in Sunset to pickleball. In both scenarios with pickleball, it entails milling down and laying new asphalt on top of what's there. So the surface itself in any situation needs to be addressed. So while we have lights there, we have infrastructure there, it'll certainly decrease our costs. We don't have to start completely new, but the surface, the structure of the courts is still crumbling, and I can't fix that.
Okay, I got you. I understand. And the final thing I'd just like to add, Commissioner France mentioned, you know, not being comfortable with dedicating that whole $500,000 a year generate for the special recreation use from the sales tax fund. And I think that I would prefer to see us, if we have some, you know, ongoing maintenance issues that we need to address, or we're going to have to be debt financing something, I would prefer to find another source for that. That's all I got.
Okay, just a few questions. I think that the project as it's presented is beautiful, to be honest with you. I wouldn't add much to the project. I do have questions about ultimate use and control of time on the court. I think there was a belief that there would have been more open time available at the downtown recreational center than what people perceive that there really is. You know, baseball, you got to have 18 other people to play with. So, you know, that's obviously sets up more for an organized sport. But there was a mention of there would be public courts on the south side of town in keeping the Jerry Ivey courts open. There's no mention for keeping courts open on the west side of town. And when you look at all of our parks, and I don't live near Sunset Park, so I don't really have the occasion to hang out there very often. It is probably the most complete park we have as far as beauty, or potentially complete. And my proposal would probably be the most expensive of all. But to rebuild those courts in Sunset Park, because there is nothing west of downtown otherwise. And I see a 12-year-old trying to come all the way over in the evening. Well, they can't come too late because that age they shouldn't be out late by themselves. And older people probably won't want to necessarily travel all that far. And we're not talking about people who are gearing up for competition, at least not the older ones, but just who want to go to a neighborhood park to, if it's just hitting the ball off a wall or across the net, just lobbing the ball. I'd like to see what we can do to preserve the Sunset courts. The skateboard park, I think, needs to be totally rebuilt, and either rebuilt where it is or move it downtown so it becomes a tourist attraction as well as a recreational facility. And the other concern I have is what, we've had several projects. I think Yogi Berra said deja vu all over again, where we have a project not on the CIP, we get a great proposal, and it really is a great proposal, and it leapfrogs other things on the CIP, and all of a sudden we're running around looking for the money, and we already had things waiting on the CIP list. This is money that we're going to have to come up with for future maintenance. And I'm hoping that it doesn't become something that people who normally would not have to pay much to use our courts now are going to be nickel and dime to use the courts. What type of planning is in the minds of Salina Net Generation as far as access to the courts in terms of time?
Yeah, I think, our plan is the courts are free and open to the general public. And it's the city's decision on how you would want to recoup and those funds. But our main goal is to keep what's happening today. We want to get courts available, public courts available to any and everybody, and how that is, how the cost are recouped for maintenance. That's a discussion that the city would have to look at. Our goal is not, we want to get courts built. We want to raise the funds to get those courts built.
I mean, is there any expectation that donors would have, let's say if there's a tennis club or maybe with the exception of the school district, where there be priority assignment of time slots?
Yeah, I think the only thing you'd have to look at there, Doc, is certainly the stakeholders that are putting money towards that, but there has been no expectation from people that we've raised the $1.1 million that says, hey, we want to make sure that we've got courts available for us. Their pure motivation is our mission is to get courts that are playable and acceptable to the general public. And so you've got stakeholders like USD 305. Certainly they're a role in this, and they're gonna have a priority, and they certainly are going to be a player in that. But we have not had anybody step up and say we want we're going to give large sums of money to this project, and we have expectations of having court time. I mean, we want it to be open and available. We certainly want events to be held there, and whether 2 people play on those courts or 2 million people play on those courts, the usage and the cost is going to be the same. And as long as the sun's shining and it's not raining, people can play. You don't have to worry about opening doors. And
Clark, I don't mean to cut you off. We've only got about 5 minutes here.
Okay, so that's our position on that.
I guess my comment or my question to you would be, it's probably no different than currently. I mean, if USD 305 has a South Middle or South or Lakewood tennis program, they already kind of have first come to those courts over at the park currently, correct?
They run that through us, and we reserve those courts for the
So we
schools.
would basically just be doing the same thing for tournament / school play and practice.
Yep.
Doc, do you have any other questions or Commissioner?
No, I appreciate that. I don't think any of us would begrudge the school children priority for the courts, certainly not during school hours anyway, or right after school.
Commissioner Ryan, any comments or questions?
I would just weigh in that I'm in favor of the resolution of support. It's infrastructure we obviously need, and I think the removal of existing structures and the Kenwood facility reopenings, those are expenses that are manageable. I think the city's obvious skin in the game is how to deal with the pool over there in the Kenwood building, and I'd like to hope we could find some extra dollars, not in that 500,000 allocated a year, but even if we have to tap a little bit of that each year, I think that's manageable and we can figure out a way to do it.
Well, as I was reviewing this, and it appears if we were just to redo the courts and not to the extent we're looking at, we would already have about an $800,000 investment, not including upgrading that building or tearing that building down over there where the old pool was, because I don't know about any of my fellow commissioners, but I kind of cringed when we were asking the county to redo the fairgrounds, and you look across on the other side of the TPEC, and we had something that was just as much is just as much of an eyesore as there as well. So we do have some costs that we have to incur anyway. One quick question, because I know we're running out of time. I know Commissioner Franz mentioned something about a 3 to 4 year time. I'm trying to figure out how that would work, because I'm guessing I'm going to look at you, Mr. Renfro, the fact that you're probably going to have to do all of this kind of at one time. Is that kind of the idea? I mean, I'm not sure how we would, unless we debt service it, how we would do taking X number of dollars over a 3 or 4 year period.
Yeah, sure. Our main focus, we believe, in the best interest for really all parties, is the money needs to be raised, pledged, and before the project is ready to go. If that can't be done, then obviously it's not meant to be. But I don't think it's in our best interest to go and say, all right, we've got $1.1 million raised right now. Let's get started on that and then do another round. I think the people that have stepped up and support this, they see the master plan and they're committed to that. I firmly believe that if we can get an approval, a green light from the city that says, hey, we approve this, let's get the funds raised and let's figure out what that number is, so we can go to the general public and say, hey, we've got an opportunity here. Now it's up to you, and we've got a timeline to get it done. I think that's in everybody's best interest.
I'm going to look at City Manager Scribe. We've got about 3 minutes left and kind of need a break before 4 o'clock. How do you want us to proceed with this? Do you see us?
Sounds like there's sufficient consensus that you want to move forward. It's in the details, and I understand the desire for some additional detail as part of the resolution of support. So if it's acceptable to the governing body, staff will get back with Salina Net Generation and get to work on a resolution of support and fleshing out some of these details. I would say that there's been a lot of ideas thrown out. I don't think we have funds for all the projects that we just brainstormed, but we'll try to keep focused on kind of the priority project and addressing the related challenges that go with it.
Okay. I would like to thank the participants. I think we got a lot of good information here, and as a commission, we'll try to brainstorm and come up with something that we can.
Mayor Havoc,
Yes.
I don't know if it's just mine, but your voice sounds funny and everyone else's isn't. I didn't know whether it was my computer or yours, but it's like you have a vibrato or something on it there.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
We started out,
Mike, your computer's got a problem.
Unless Mike can do something awfully fancy with his voice. It's a heck of an effect.
Is that any better?
No,
I wonder if you log off and back on, whether that would reset your connection maybe.
Why don't you send Holly over here and we'll see what happens.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks. Okay, we'll see you guys back here for, thanks a lot.
Hey, thank you guys. Appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
Thank
We
you.
we stay on and just turn the camera off? Is that the plan?
You don't have, if you want, or you can just leave your camera on. We'll be back in less than 5 minutes.
Okay.
help, but no guarantees.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
I'm muted.
Does that sound any better? Okay.
Carl and Ryan, you guys look like you're still muted.
Mine
There
says
we
that
go.
the host is not allowing participants to unmute themselves.
Okay. You're
I can
good
hear you.
now.
We
Can you hear
just
me now?
unmuted. Yeah,
Okay.
it was Jacob's fault.
Yeah.
You can blame me. I have unmuted you. It's
Thank you.
not giving me the. Seems like it's not giving me the same options as it did last week. I'm on a different system, so
It shows that we're live on YouTube still, so. Okay, is everyone back with us?
Yep.
Okay, it is 4 o'clock, my clock. I will call the December 7th, 2020 Salina City Commission meeting to order. I would ask staff for confirmation that the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided. Do we have staff?
Looks like Shandy's muted. Shandy, you may have to give us a thumbs up. There we go. Now it looks like you're unmuted.
Yes, we did.
You have given the proper notice. Thank you.
Yep.
With that, we will have roll call.
Mayor Hoppett,
Here.
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Franz,
Here,
Commissioner Hodges,
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Here.
Thank you. We have no awards or proclamations. We're going to go back to, again, like we did last week, we do not have, we will just have a moment of silence and no pledge of allegiance. So if I could have a moment of silence and we'll be back together. Okay, thank you. We have no awards or proclamations. That will lead us to citizens forum. This is an opportunity for individuals to address something that is not on the agenda. We ask that you please give your name and where you're from and limit your comments to 5 minutes. I will allow either Deputy City Manager Wood or City Manager Scragg to discuss how they can raise their hand and get online.
I will defer to Jacob as the moderator on those instructions.
okay. So if you would like to speak at this point, we're going to use the raise your hand function. And I had a PowerPoint presentation to throw up here and show everybody how to do that, but I was unable to get it downloaded perfectly for this because I'm at home. So if you click on the participants tab, so if you scroll to the bottom of your screen or some it might be the top, there's a little tab that says participants. If you click on that tab, it should pull up a box to the right of your screen, and that will show all the participants that are in the meeting. At the bottom of that tab, there should be a place where it says raise hand, or you could maybe hover over yourself and you might see a raise hand function. Or if that doesn't work, you could also chat. There is a chat function that will allow you to chat only with me. I won't respond to comments, or I'm not going to read the comments that are in the box. That's just a way for you to tell me that you'd like to speak. So if anybody wants to speak now, if you go ahead and use that raise hand function, I will give you the ability to unmute yourself. Okay, looks like we have one. Looks like Dalton McDowell would like to speak, so I'm going to give him permission now.
Are you there, Dalton?
Looks like he's still muted to me. There we go. Looks like you're unmuted now, Dalton.
ahead.
I have one concern I'd like to bring up to the council. I had seen that you guys have released some stuff about doing your picking your chair people for some of your boards you sit on. I would like to just state that on one of them, I would like to have it. I wish you guys would have it done before before Melissa takes over as mayor. On one of the boards that were just released, the police board that you guys have decided, I would like to see that Melissa does not get to decide who is on that board.
You're referring to Commissioner Hodges?
Yes.
Okay, remember, that is her name.
And that is, those are, like all boards are approved by the total commission. So we appreciate your input, Dalton. Thank you. Do we have any other callers?
I don't see anybody with their hands up this time. So I think that we're good.
Okay. With that, and I do have somebody here to work on my computer, but we'll move into public hearings and items scheduled for a certain time.
Item 5.1, public hearing regarding issuance of taxable industrial revenue bonds for Great Plains Manufacturing Number 2 LLC. 5.1A, resolution number 20-7916, determining the advisability of issuing taxable industrial revenue bonds and entering into a performance agreement with Great Plains Manufacturing Number 2 LLC.
Okay, this is Mayor Hoppick. At this time, I'm going to recuse myself. If you remember from our last conversations, I do have an outstanding order on this transaction with Great Plains, and Commissioner Hodges has graciously accepted to take over this, and I will turn it over to Commissioner Hodges at this time.
Thank you, Mayor Hoppick. With that, I'm going to open the public hearing and turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Hodges. This is Mike Sprague, City Manager. As I'm sure you recall, this summer we had 2 economic development prospects that we were successful in being able to commit to the community and make announcements. One of those being the Great Plains or Kubota project. You may recall on August 6th of this year, you passed a resolution that preliminarily indicated our determination that it was advisable to issue industrial revenue bonds for that project. The net effect of those industrial revenue bonds would be twofold. It would afford the project a property tax exemption, a full property tax exemption for 10 years. And it'll also make purchase of materials associated with the construction of the project exempt from sales tax. And so on the line today, in addition to myself, there are representatives of Great Plains. I can see James Hall and Linda Salem. Sarah Steele with Gilmore and Bell, our bond counsel, is also on the line and can answer questions. And it looks like Mr. Serrano is on the line on behalf of Great Plains Manufacturing as well. There may be others off of my screen, but those are the ones I can see most readily. And so the action item that's before you today is twofold. Conducting the public hearing itself, and that's a required step in the process, and we published required notice for today. Conduct the hearing, close the hearing, and then the second item is resolution number 20-7916, which determines the advisability of issuing industrial revenue bonds as well as entering into a performance agreement with Great Plains Manufacturing Number 2. And so the initial authorization of the IRBs is in the amount of $20 million. The performance agreement goes into greater detail in terms of the project investment as well as employment. We had good conversations with representatives of Great Plains. They're familiar with required reporting with the state of Kansas in terms of job creation and job ongoing maintenance of employment levels. And so we were able to incorporate that required reporting into the performance agreement. So we built a methodology that identifies the target, that identifies if they fall short of the target by 95% or less, then there's a proportional reduction in terms of the IRB property tax abatement. And so it tries to reach agreement on the expected goals and the consequences if over the duration of the industrial revenue bonds, they should fall short of that. Don't have any expectation that they will. In fact, they've are just getting started on a sizable building. We're hopeful that we'll be talking about another round of product line and employment. So I think Ms. Steele could answer any detailed questions that you might have. With respect to fiscal note for the city, there's no direct expense or cost associated with this particular action item. There are bond issuance costs and those type of things that would come into play in the future as we go forward, but those are covered by the performance agreement as well. So there's no direct cost to the city in proceeding as recommended. There are property tax implications in terms of the property tax abatement and sales tax abatement. Those are foregone revenues more so than any expenses that we would have to cover. And I would note that the location is currently outside the city limits. They've indicated a willingness to annex them into the city limits at the point that they take possession and proceed with the project. But we are proceeding with sufficient authority with respect to authorizing this project in the environs of the city of Salina. And so we have sufficient authority to do that. We've coordinated with the school district, which will be USD 306, to let them know that of the public hearing that we're proceeding with this project. And we've also been in contact with Salina County as required as well. So with that, I'm sure you may have questions, and between all of this on the line, we'll try to answer them for you. But you have kind of the standard slate of options for your consideration once you conclude the public hearing, and that would be to approve the resolution as presented. You could propose amendments. I would defer to bond counsel that the appropriateness of those amendments. You could postpone consideration if there's additional information that you'd like for consideration at a future date. You could vote to deny. That would be in contradiction to your original stated intention back in August. And so I think the expectation would be that we're working towards some agreed upon resolution, and that's what we brought to you today. So staff recommends proceeding with the first option of approving the resolution, but I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions from the commission?
I don't have any questions. I like the way this is written. It very clearly explains shortfall payments in terms of average wage and employment goals. Sometimes that's a little vague in similar proceedings, but I like the way this is written.
Yeah, I think Great Plains deserves some of that credit. They came to the table with a structure in mind, and we're fully ready to agree to an approach to make that happen.
Anything else from the commission?
I did not see anything in the resolution relating to their consent to be annexed. Is that at this point a verbal indication, or is there something on paper?
Yeah, it's verbal at this point. We've not incorporated it into the agreement. The bulk of those properties on that end of town are currently not in the city limits, but we've not formalized that as part of the performance agreement.
Will we have an option in the future to rescind this action if that is not if that does not transpire?
Looks like Sarah's muted, but I'm going to turn to her if Jacob, you would unmute her, please.
You would have the opportunity to rescind, Rod, but I would recommend that moving forward with the annexation would be preferable to taking that path. The county will be involved in this process. You may recall the process requires county consent because it's located outside of the city limits of Salina. And so we will be meeting with the county actually tomorrow morning to have them approve the issuance of these bonds. With respect to the annexation, I'm really not involved in that. I'm sure your city attorney could speak to that, Mr. Bankston. But we did not include anything with respect to a requirement of annexation in this document. Didn't contemplate that.
Okay.
Ms. Steele, as long as we have you here, is that the sort of item that could be included if the commission gives direction this way as an amendment? that this agreement's predicated on the future annexation? Or what kind of ramifications would that have from your point of view?
I really probably need to defer to Mr. Bankston on that one. There's so many procedures that need to take place with respect to an annexation that I would hesitate to put a blanket statement in this resolution of intent.
Thank you.
Can I ask a related question? When you're talking about rescinding this authority, how deep into the process can you go before you rescind?
That's a difficult question. You would know it when you see it. In this case, Great Plains does anticipate closing on this project in July 2021. So I do know there's a little bit of time before they actually spend significant funds and move forward. But I do know Great Plains is moving forward in reliance on this commitment by the city. And so that's why I say it's a difficult question to answer. Rescission, if you're going to rescind as soon as possible would be best, but at some point, they're going to have a reliance on the action taken by the commission.
Right. Well, I'm glad Commissioner Franz picked up on that point. You know, I used to always wonder why dentists insisted on getting their money ahead of time, because once they put the crown in, it's yours. They don't come back and take it out if you don't pay. You know, is agreement to future annexation a process that's allowed? I'm not sure who I should ask that question.
Asian, I think Greg may be able to speak to that best.
Mr. Bankston?
Yes, commissioners, the arrangements, if you will, with the county and the current property owner is who would be involved with the consent as to the annexation. And I suppose, to ask Ms. Steele how predictable that transfer of ownership might be, or whether it is simply a matter of either looking to the current owner or anticipating that we would need to wait until title passes for that to occur. The other element that comes into the conversation in relation to the county has to do with agreements related to the maintenance of Waterwell Road. So I'd say there are three other parties: the current owner, Great Plains as the future owner, and the county. And it is just a matter of determining how this sequence of events can best be implemented.
Am I understanding that to say that it would be possible to annex it before the transfer of property occurs?
As far as I know, it certainly would be. Our ability to annex is by virtue of the property to the west across 9th Street, South 9th Street, is currently in the city limits. So our adjoining boundary that is the basis for our ability to annex is from that direction. And whether there are ramifications for the current owner or not, how they would perceive annexation at this time, I don't know that that's been pursued with them at all.
Greg, this is James Hall. Could I speak to you, please?
Go ahead, Mr. Hall.
Yes, I have had conversation last Friday and then again today via email with Dean Andrews, indicating that we wanted to start the process for the annexation and hopefully close it on a timetable that would be the first day of September 2020. So that is our intent. We don't want the current owners to have to go through that process. That has not been their way of doing business. As they exit and we enter, we would like to work a solution that this can happen as close to our closing date as possible.
And
Mr. Hall.
that was 2021, right?
Yes.
That was, yeah, okay.
2021, excuse me,
Yeah.
yes.
So this is my question for, I guess, Greg and Sarah. Section 3 of the resolution lists conditions to issuance of bonds. I mean, could it be as simple as adding a condition that we have an executed consent to annexation?
Would you be comfortable with a provision that indicates that the parties will pursue annexation of this property upon acquisition?
Well,
Or-
Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have consents to annexation on file prospectively. So it's, there's a document that we've executed previously where someone indicates their consent to a future annexation.
So is that the current document with Phillips Lighting or the successors? Does that follow the ownership?
Well, I haven't gone and looked at how they're worded, but the premise is that they would consent to an annexation initiated by the city, where in this instance, Great Plains has indicated a willingness to proceed with that, but that at least would get them on record prior to bond issuance of their concurrence to annexation. But I may be freewheeling a little too much for Greg here.
No, I think that is, if execution of that document, and I hope Mr. Hall will correct me, but that sounds consistent with the model under which Great Plains was hoping to proceed. If that is the case, then certainly as a matter of state law and in relation to strictly the annexation, the execution of that type of consent to annexation could be in anticipation of whatever date works best with the transfer of title. And I'll leave to Ms. Steele whether or not that is a fit in terms of that section of the resolution of intent.
That is the ideal section, Mike, that you identified. And yes, you could certainly add a subsection H that would require that they sign a consent to annexation.
And that was under section 3.
Section 3, we would make an H, subsection H, as in Henry, and add that it would be, that would be one of the conditions to the issuance of the bonds is the execution of a consent to annexation into the city.
Would that be acceptable to Great Plains?
Yes, that's acceptable. That's been our intent.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the commission?
And here.
Okay. If not, I will open it up to the public. Is there anyone here from the public that would like to speak to it? Are there any of the parties of the agreement that have anything to add at this point?
I would take a few words if you're okay with that.
Absolutely.
I want to, first I want to thank the city commission and the county is going to be working with us well too, for helping us complete this really important project. I mean, it's exciting for Great Plains. It's very good for the city of Salina. And I want to remind everybody that this project is completely new product. We're not taking product from any existing facility. We're not taking any existing jobs. This is all good new growth We have been working hard at what that's going to go into that facility, and it's amazing to think that after 3 phases, we should probably have it filled up. We have already started hiring. We've had people moving to the community. We will have Japanese expats living here soon, so we will be adding to the community very soon. So it's a good project, and we appreciate the partnership with the city in making this happen.
Thank you so much, Ms. Salem. We appreciate it as well. And I especially appreciate your comment about increasing the diversity in Salina. We look forward to welcoming people into our community with open arms. So thank you for committing to the expansion here in Salina. Really appreciate it. Is there anyone else who has a question or has their hand raised? I don't see any hands raised among the participants. So if there's no one from the public, and I just want to confirm that with Jacob really quickly, that he doesn't see anyone with their hands raised on his end.
I do not. There are none at this time.
This is Mike. I do see some possible interested parties. You might just remind people how to raise their hand, make sure that they're haven't joined late and
Yeah, sure. If at this point, if you'd like to speak, if you'd go down to the participants tab, you can click on participants, and then it'll open up a participant box on the side. And then if you go to the bottom right of that, you should see a little button that says raise hand. Or if you're on the screen and you wave at me or something like that, and if you want to speak, I can also unmute you that way. So I don't see any hands raised at this time. And I don't see any arms waving either, but if you'll do that now.
I apologize. This is Mike. On my iPad, rather than participants, it's under the More tab. There's 3 dots and a More, and then it says raise hand if anyone's working from an iPad.
All right. This is the last call for public questions or comments. Seeing no hands raised or having received notification to the contrary, we will bring the public hearing to a close and consider action on resolution number 20-7916.
Is the mayor ready for a motion?
Yes, please.
Yes, I move we approve resolution number 20-7916.
Does that include the addition about the consent?
Yes, with the addition of the consent amendment.
Okay, thank you. I'll second that.
Okay, and to be clear, we have a motion to approve resolution number 20-7916 with the addition under section 3, item H, to include the execution of a consent to annexation to the city. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0, and we will welcome Mayor Hoppick back to the meeting. Thanks to all the folks from Great Plains and the city that made this happen. Welcome back. I turn it over to you.
Can you hear me better?
Yes.
Can.
Good. Well, while you guys were doing that, I had IT in here, so that helped. So it all worked out. Okay, with that, we will move into the consent agenda.
Item 6.1, approve the minutes of November 23rd, 2020. Item 6.2, approve resolution number 20-7915, describing the corporate limits of the city of Salina. Item 6.3, approve resolution number 20-7912, adopting the 2021 to 2025 capital improvement program for the city of Salina, Kansas. Item 6.4, approve resolution number 20-7909, authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement for the installation of natural gas facilities by Kansas Gas Service for the South Water Treatment Plant. Item 6.5, approve resolution number 20-7904, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement for the placement of public art between the city of Salina and Saline County to allow for placement of the statue Farmer at the Salina Senior Center on property owned by Saline County.
Okay, do I have any items that a commissioner would like to remove from the consent agenda?
Mayor Hoppick, I would like to remove item 6.3, the capital improvements program.
Okay,
That makes two of us.
Good.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we will remove 6.3. So I will accept a motion then to approve consent agenda items 6.1, 6.2, 6.4, and 6.5.
So moved.
Second.
A motion is second to approve consent agenda items 6.1, 6.2, 6.4, and 6.5. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. Okay, 6.3. Is Ms. Peck available?
He'll be right back.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. I don't know if staff's going to go first, or if you'd prefer that I ask the questions that I had, but
Why don't you and Commissioner Franz go ahead and ask your questions? Are you there, Ms. Pack?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead.
awesome. I had a question, and please forgive me if we've discussed this before, but on the 2022 projects, we have the Smoky Hill River Renewal Construction. And then also we have in 2023, the Smoky Hill River Renewal Construction, which has been redlined out. And I guess I was just curious about the difference between the two of those. And again, if we've discussed that, please accept my apologies, but it was confusing to me.
No, this is Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. I'm not sure that we've had that specific discussion. Basically, what we did was in talking to Ms. Tasker and looking at the timeline of the construction, we broke that down into phases that we believed would happen. And the reason the last one is X'd out is because as we looked at the sales tax capacity, we found that may not be possible. And we'd already reached a certain level of funding at that point. We have $12 million in construction, and we had, off the top of my head, I'm trying to think, about $3.5 million of initial design and final design. So that's why that third one was taken off, was just as a result of what the sales tax capital fund was actually doing and how it was performing.
Okay, so the project in 2022 then is for the 5 million?
Yes.
Okay. And then we do not have funding for the 1.7?
In looking at those numbers, we did not at the time. That's correct.
Okay. Okay.
Now, we may go back and add that as we go farther down the road, and we see what that sales tax capital fund does. We may have some capacity to add a third phase of construction in that. At this point, Ms. Tasker also has indicated that the first phase has not even been decided upon what that's going to actually look like. So there's a lot of unknowns still about what those numbers are going to be.
Okay. I appreciate that, because since we did have the study session about a relatively new project, I know it's been around for a couple years with the tennis facility. I guess my concern is, I just at least wanted to raise it, that we had made the commitment to the river project, and just want to make sure that we're going to be putting ourselves in a position that we can follow through with that as we originally intended. And that's all I have.
Commissioner Franz.
Yeah, I'm going to take another run at a project, at a change in priorities. I would like to see us reduce the commitment to the streets from 3.2 million to 3 million. You know, the recent report we had on that, we're making some progress, And I think a $200,000 change is probably not going to change that. But we do need to address a variety of sidewalk problems around the city. And I realize that to implement this, we may have to have a follow-up discussion on our sidewalk replacement repair policies. But I would like for the money to be available in the CIP before we try to initiate those policy discussions. You know, otherwise we get to the policy discussion and we're going to say we don't have any money to do this. And I'm just trying to make sure that everything's in place so that we can move forward when we do pursue that policy discussion. And I presume that would be in conjunction with the probably leading up to the operating budget process here in a couple of months.
Any comments on that?
What, and Commissioner France, you may know this, what's our annual sidewalk improvement budget? Do we have any sense of that? Or do we have one?
Yeah, there's $50,000 per year out of the gas tax.
Okay.
And that is usually ends up, being used in, it's limited to arterial streets or sidewalk ramps, largely. And we still have a number of those to do around the community. And our policy in the past has been that for other than arterial streets, it's a property owner responsibility. And, the effect of that is, and in places where there has been a sidewalk and it's been removed at some time, it never gets replaced. And we do have, it's dependent on our enforcement actions. And we do have, if you walk around the community at all, you see bad sidewalk virtually everywhere. I think the standard is there has to be a 1-inch vertical displacement to make it a tripper. And, bluntly, we have a lot of those. And I would just like to see us, in conjunction with putting some more resources into the program, putting some more enforcement into that aspect of our code enforcement program. But that's a budget discussion. That's the budget piece I'm talking about. And I don't know what maybe the arterial approach is appropriate, or maybe it's not, but I think it's a discussion we ought to have.
I gotta go to graveside at 1.
Do we have any inventory on sidewalks that we would be responsible for that are in disrepair?
Well, as Commissioner France, for the most part, we hold the adjoining property owner responsible. We have an inventory of ones that have been identified for code enforcement. The thing that has come up recently is lack of sidewalks altogether, and that's a function of timing of when that development occurred, whether sidewalks are even required in that neighborhood. And so I think if we were going to tackle it, we would want to take something similar to our street prioritization approach, and it would take an initial inventory of where we have sidewalks and where we don't, and then what kind of condition they're in. And it certainly would cost more than the $50,000 that's budgeted today. If we were going to put forward a matching program, or if the city said we were going to fund connections of missing links.
That might answer the question I was going to ask. I was going to ask if there was a certain significance of the 200,000 figure, if there were projects we knew of now that would come up near that total, or just from past experience, if we knew how much we probably are behind.
Well, if it helps at all, the 50,000 that we've had, we do target ADA ramps and repairs, and I don't know that we have a history of spending that full 50,000. It in part is a function of getting that work planned. So taking it from 50 to 250 would be significant.
And one other question: when we talk about money for streets, is the term street always adhered to literally? In that, you don't have a sidewalk without a street next to it. Have we ever taken money from streets on a particular year and just used it for sidewalks?
Other than the allocation we're talking about, nothing comes to mind. The reason I chuckle is I was kind of thinking the same thing. we talked about that funding commitment to streets, but I don't know that we defined streets to that level of detail. I would tell you, as part of our comprehensive plan, we talk about complete streets, and complete streets does incorporate sidewalks and pedestrian connections. So you could make the argument that sidewalks are part of that street system.
Well, in conjunction with the 9th Street improvements, we did change out a lot of those sidewalks. Did that come out of the sales tax money?
Yeah, I think that probably was part of the overall street project.
And I know typically in relation to the special gas tax money that gets used for streets, that's not limited to just repair the street surface. That incorporates ancillary drainage structures and so on and so forth. And it's, you know, I think that, you know, sidewalks ought to be a part of, as the city manager said, a complete street concept. The $200,000, there's nothing magic about it. I simply looked at it and said, you know, with the total investment in streets we have every year, 200,000 is a reasonably small bite to take. And from a standpoint of sidewalks, for the first year anyway, it would be a substantial improvement. And, you know, we may not be able to spend that much in the first year. I don't know, but I would like to see us start moving down that road.
To follow City Manager Scragg's comments, if it's in front of there's a difference between private and public sidewalks as far as we review those, correct?
Yes, there currently is quite, you know, the adjoining property owner is generally privately responsible. Now, having said that, there are communities that, you know, have adopted programs, whether it's a matching program to incentivize people to invest, or you wouldn't be precluded from taking on sidewalk improvements. That becomes a precedent-setting question. It'd be difficult to do it in one instance and not another, but you wouldn't be precluded from it.
So I guess I'd ask Commissioner Franz, are you talking about sidewalks that would not be like in front of your house, that would be public sidewalks along thoroughfares or something? I guess I'm just asking.
In my head, the initial objective would be to get all of the sidewalks along arterials in shape. For example, is Belmont an arterial? I believe it is. Just around the corner from my house, there's a block that looks pretty bad. And as you walk around, you see other places. My other concern is, for example, if you drive down streets like Roach comes to mind, and you'll be driving along and there's a sidewalk along the edge of the street. And then in the middle of the block, it stops, and 3 lots later, it picks up again, where obviously there was a sidewalk there at one time. It got taken out, probably because it was in disrepair, and whoever removed it just never put it back. You know, and in my head, you know, this isn't, I guess, the time for the policy discussion, but in my head, I had either thing, we need to expand it beyond arterials to perhaps collectors, so that we get a more comprehensive network that serves the neighborhoods better, or we establish, as City Manager Scragg alluded to, some kind of matching program to make it easier to do. And we need to focus, we need to increase our enforcement efforts. And, you know, for example, the area I cited where the sidewalk just disappears, it's been taken out at some point, you know, that's not enforceable because there's no vertical displacement. The sidewalk's just not there. And on that particular street, probably because I drive it quite often, I have seen any number of people of all ages, from, you know, very young to very old, walking out in the street because there's no sidewalk. You know, it starts and stops. I've seen wheelchairs out in the street because there's no sidewalk. And to my way of thinking, that's something that we ought to pay at least some level of attention to and see what we can do about it.
Comments from other commissioners?
I guess I'd like to see an inventory of the needs before we reallocate. I think some kind of a survey of what we're trying to tackle out there would be appropriate.
I would just say you're going to need resources to do the inventory. That could be a part of this first year.
And I guess that's why I asked if sidewalks can, on any given year, without a special project, can some of the street money be used for sidewalk? Is there anything that prohibits street money from being used for a sidewalk?
Yeah, I'm not aware of anything that just flat out precludes it, other than our past practice has been we've allocated pots of money for dedicated purposes, and this would more formally do that.
You know, on arterial projects like 9th Street, that's relatively easy to do because our policy says we'll do that. When you get into street projects that are maybe it's not an overlay like 9th Street was, maybe it's a chip seal, well, a residential street, well, how do we handle that? Because our policy says, first of all, that the property owners are responsible there. So you've got to get the enforcement people out and notice all of the people up who need to replace your sidewalk in conjunction with doing the street. Or do we just step forward and do it ourselves? And as Mr. Scragg said, that is precedent setting. And I believe we need to be careful about how we do that. Hence my comment about perhaps extending it to a level below the arterial streets so we can get a little better network without necessarily making it applicable to all sidewalks, and still pursue enhanced enforcements on the purely residential areas.
I'm definitely open to reallocation of specific. I mean, if we need to give it that specificity to give it weight of our intentions, I'm fine with that. Like Commissioner Ryan, I think I would like to see at least some kind of prioritization list, and if that means that part of this year's sidewalk budget goes toward developing that, because I think I've been corresponding with a woman who has some traffic concerns around Coronado School, and I believe one of the issues there was a lack of sidewalks and safety in that area too. So, I mean, I feel like we've got, the need to enhance our connectivity. I think we've got some safety issues to deal with. And I think I'd feel more comfortable at least knowing the scope and how exactly we're going to prioritize. Is it the actual dangers? Is it the neighborhood that's complaining the loudest? I would like to have some sort of at least plan in the back of our mind where we know how we're going to start to address this. But I think Commissioner France, I think, is absolutely right. We've got to start addressing this.
Yeah, there's a big difference between doing some repairs and putting sidewalks in completely in some of those areas. 200,000 won't go very far.
Yeah.
Doing that. So
as I recall from when I replaced mine about 5 years ago, it can be a daunting expense. Yes.
Yeah. So okay.
Mayor Hoppick, I would move that we approve resolution number 20-7912, adopting the 2021 to 2025 capital improvements program for the city of Salina, Kansas, with the shift in resources of $200,000 from streets to sidewalk replacement.
That would be for the year 2021, correct?
Yes.
For the year 2021.
We can deal with future. We'll see how this goes, and then we'll deal with future years at that time.
Got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve resolution number 20-7912 with the reallocation of 200,000 from streets to sidewalk improvements. All those in favor?
I have a question for Commissioner France. Would that 200,000, I mean, is that directed toward creating an inventory and a scalable plan, or are we just is that just a commitment that we're going to reallocate that and do
I think it's clear that some sort of inventory, some sort of, as you say, a scalable plan is precedent, because we obviously ought to try to work on the worst places first. But again, that's probably part of the policy discussion as we get into the new year and decide exactly the best way to do that. You know, when we inventory streets, we hire a company to drive around with, you know, sensing devices, and obviously that's not going to work for sidewalks unless they make those things for golf carts or something, you know.
There are people in that line of work that do that for hire.
You know, so that's, I think, an important first step, so we can have an assessment of where we have them and where we have, you know, blank areas in between. The connection is just gone. So.
Thank you.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that passes 5-0. So, okay, let's move on to administration.
Item 7.1, resolution number 20-7906, authorizing the city manager to execute renewals of agreement to provide administrative services for self-funded health benefit plans and individual and aggregate stop loss with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Kansas.
Mayor Hoppick, I would respectfully request that we postpone this item until next week to get a little better information on the item.
And I'm going to look to City Manager Scragg. I know we've had some discussions about this. Would that be beneficial to staff to be able to put together some of the information that's been requested?
Yes, Commissioner Franz this morning provided about a 5-page document of questions and concerns and suggestions. So Ms. Fisher and I don't know how long, we've spent a couple of hours on it or more. We've prepared a table that might better compare some of the numbers and answer some of the questions that Commissioner Franz raised, but we finished that about 1:15, 1:30, and probably halfway through the questions that he's raised. So additional time would be helpful.
Okay.
Would there be, were there any major questions that the others of us would want to focus on ourselves, or just wait a week to find out? Or
well,
I have no problem holding it for the week, but just curious.
Yeah, I'll defer to Commissioner Franz on that.
You know, I'm going to try to say this reasonably nicely, but when I got through with the blue sheet, I was more confused than when I started reading it. There's just lots of things that I couldn't put together from the narrative, and so I just think it needs to be rethought.
I agree with Commissioner Franz. To me, it's kind of like a word problem, and I kind of do a lot better when I can maybe see some tables or some graphs. It was a little confusing trying to tie it together. So, and I think staff is willing to do that for us.
So do we need to take action then to postpone that until next week?
Yes, and we have a motion to do such.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to postpone resolution number 20-7906 to December 14th City Commission meeting. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that will be moved to next week. Thank you. That will lead us to 7.2.
Item 7.2, resolution number 20-7917, amending and restating section 3 of resolution number 20-7825, addressing COVID-19 paid leave in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency, and ratifying all other provisions of resolution number 20-7825.
Is Ms. Fisher with us?
Thank you, commissioners. Mayor,
Thank you.
you might recall on March 30, 2020, you approved resolution 7825 and repealed previous resolution, looking at temporary personnel measures that we were putting in place responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. Included in that was The city manager is authorized to grant full-time employees 80 hours or the equivalent based on what the individual's schedule for 2 weeks would, or 2 weeks schedule would be, of additional city COVID-19 paid leave. The dates of that leave was March 16th to the end of the year. And we made note, no carryover, no cash value. It would just sunset at the end of this year. Along with that action, we also made sure the city manager could grant the ability for employees to use their accrued sick leave for anything related to COVID-19. We also had the federal leave, the emergency paid sick leave, and then possibly the emergency family medical leave provided by the Families First Coronavirus Relief Act. But the intent was to just make sure that there were things in place that allowed individuals to preserve their base pay. Also, we took a look at possibly reassigning individuals, changing work schedules as needed when we needed to socially distance, and made sure that we could just modify work schedules as needed, and just, again, make sure individuals could work as much as possible in addition to teleworking. So what I've compiled, and this is a couple of weeks outdated already, but as of November 8th, 2020, we were taking a look to see, how much leave had been utilized, how much was still in the banks for employees. That gives you a snapshot as far as the usage levels. Overall, half of the employees still had all of their leave available, their specific COVID-19 leave provided by the commission. And about just under a third had none. Since that time, we have seen an uptick in exposures, positive cases, quarantines, and I don't have the hours because we just are aware of individuals that had to fill out a COVID-19 related form for the pay period that ended yesterday, but we had 41 additional employees on that. Those could be individuals continuing to use part of their accrual balances. It could be people that had never used any of it that now need it because circumstances due to isolation, quarantine, family members that they have to care for, quarantine, and all of those related circumstances that are coming. In addition to the city manager providing those leaves, we also had something in place, the advanced leave that allowed an individual to request any kind of future leave to be used now, again, to preserve the base pay of the individual. And to clarify that would be upon request only, that individuals weren't required to be forced in that situation, but it is just one thing that is available to them. At the time that the COVID-19 paid leave was put into place, we just did not know what the future was going to bring. We had hoped that we would be finished dealing with it, but we aren't so lucky. And with that and the community being hit pretty hard, we wanted to bring this back in front of you and ask you to consider extending the banks that are in place for individuals to June 21st or June 15th of 2021. That can be done by, or I should say an alternate date can also be implemented if you amend the applicable provisions of the resolution. We don't see any specific added expense because the budget does account for full staffing. It just authorizes paid leave in lieu of payment for work to be performed due to COVID-19 circumstances. With that, I present the options. The recommended options are to approve Resolution 207917, amending and restating Section 3 of Resolution number 207825, changing the end date of COVID-19 paid leave to June 15, 2021, approving the same resolution, but amending and restating Section 3 with a different end date to one specified by you, or to take no action at this time, and we would allow the banks, the accrual banks that have this type of leave in it, to sunset and no longer be available as of 12/31.
Okay, commissioners, questions or comments for Ms. Fisher?
No, I'd like to thank staff for being sensitive to the needs of our employees. I think it's a very good idea.
I would second that remark. I do have one minor question. Is there any magic to the termination date of June 15th, 2021? Or is, because it just, that's more than a year from the initial date, and it just kind of, or is that kind of a random pick?
It's wishful thinking.
I probably need to own up to that random pick. We tried to decide at the time that we were having this conversation, that I did try to assess a little bit what we were seeing in the way of vaccines and approvals and rollout, but hopefully it won't extend past June 15th, but just trying, rather than have to come back, in 3 more months and have this conversation again, trying to put it out there in the future a bit.
Okay.
I guess my question is there a reason that, we have the second approval there, we don't have a date? Is there a reason we wouldn't tie it into the June 15th date also?
I'm sorry.
Many restating section 3, the paid leave. It just says to end date COVID paid leave to a specified date. So do we need to put a specified date in there?
I guess the thought would be whatever, if that was the option, rather than pick June 15th, 2021, you would just direct us what date that would be.
I'm asking, would June 15th make, to keep them the same, would that make sense? Or not?
I think that is saying if you wanted a date other than June 15th, you could specify an alternate date.
Okay. I took it to, we needed to put a date in there, so.
Oh.
Any other questions or comments? Do we have any, I'll ask Mr. Wood, do we have anybody out there that would like to comment on this?
I don't see any hands raised at this time, Mayor.
Okay. With that, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
I move approval of resolution 20-7917 as written.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 20-7917. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that passes 5-0. Okay, that will bring us to 7.3.
Item 7.3, first reading ordinance number 20-11046, adopting new article 4, chapter 30 of the Salina Code pertaining to the establishment and operation of the Citizen Review Board.
Okay, is Chief Nelson with us?
He is, but it looks like he's muted. There we go. Looks like you're unmuted, Chief.
Thank you. I am Chief Brad Nelson. Good afternoon, Mayor Hoppick and fellow commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity today to make this presentation. As you know, we are here today to consider a proposed Citizens Review Board, a CRB, which would be the first ever in our 100-year history. In July of this year, a community organization formed here locally regarding police reform. There can be little question that this year's civil unrest followed the in-custody death of George Floyd Jr. This community organization, the Sunflower Coalition, submitted a proposal for a Citizens Review Board in July of this year. After several community discussions and presentations, we are here today to consider a proposed CRB for our community and our police department. The ordinance for this proposal, months in the makings, make every effort to be as inclusive as possible. We received input at our race relations forum we held in June, at our well-intended study session held at Tony's Pizza Event Center in September, and at our October public forum and listening session held in October. Input and direction was also received from you commissioners as a proposed CRB was on the agenda on both July 22nd and the November 2nd commission meetings. Staff reviewed the following communities, CRB's functions and board makeup to assist in this endeavor: Wichita, Overland Park, Olathe, Topeka, Lawrence, Lenexa, and Riley County. As mentioned first in the September study session, staff intended to design a CRB with the best fit for a community in mind, not the best practice, simply because there is no best fit nationwide, no best practice nationwide. The best form of oversight depends on the circumstances faced by jurisdiction and the need for additional oversight. The International Association of Chiefs of Police states that the least intrusive means of oversight is a standard when a new CRB is formed. The ordinance drafted follows that principle. This CRB was drafted by staff and city legal in several meetings. There was considerable conversations regarding both the qualifications for the appointment to the CRB and disqualifiers for the appointment. I suspect this will be a topic of discussion today. Prior to providing you with options for your consideration, I believe it is appropriate to acknowledge the considerable time and energy the present members of our Law Enforcement Advisory Board have committed to our community and police department over the years. Our present board members are Vanessa Burns, Robert Cunningham, Millie Moy, Bridget Weiser, and Joel Weimer. Thank you. Staff has identified the following options for the city commissioner's consideration: approve ordinance number 20-11046 on first reading, approve the same ordinance on first reading with amendments as the city commission deems appropriate, postpone consideration of ordinance number 20-11046 to a specified date and time to provide staff direction regarding additional information or amendments to the city commission would like to request for their further consideration. Number 4, approve this ordinance on first reading and provide direction regarding additional information or amendments the city commission would like to request for their future further consideration at the time of the second reading. And lastly, vote to deny this ordinance resulting in a CRB not being created. Staff recommends option number 1, and I would be happy to entertain any questions at this time.
Okay, I open it up to questions from the commissioners.
Chief, thank you for doing this. Under section 30-82 roles and responsibilities, I just have a few questions, but I'll just go through the document. Under section 30-82, the first one and 2, the salient words here are assist in policy development, and the same for number 2, racial and other bias-based policing comprehensive plan. For number 4, is it the intent that this committee would also help develop a policy regarding either use of force? I mean, this refers to reviewing complaints of use of force. Is it assumed that this, or would this committee help in establishing the policy? I mean, other than standard industry operational standards, but if there were policies that came up to, or they were in question, would it be under this board's responsibility to discuss that?
Yeah, well, first of all, obviously we already have existing policies, but
Right.
yes, they could review any policy they asked to. I mean, I would entertain any thoughts on our existing policy. I'm certain our policy is not perfect. I think it's pretty good nationwide, but certainly they could review policy, yes.
Right.
Yeah,
All right.
and this, Mike, if I could jump in, I think that's addressed in section 3, where they can provide recommendations resulting from the review of policies. And then there is one caveat: other than policies addressing topics such as intelligence information, technical plans, resource deployment, which are exempt from public disclosure under CORA. So they basically, section 3 contemplates review of all policies except for those delineated there.
Right. And there is still room if the city commission were to come up with something not listed here that we wanted reviewed at that level. We would always have the ability to send that request to the commission, to that committee.
Yes,
Yeah.
that would be my expectation.
All right. And under membership, 7 persons who have demonstrated interest or experience in police and or community relations. I'd like that, but it's a little broad. Let's just say if you had a psychologist or a minister, or I mean, is interest. I mean, interest is basically how we assign most of our other community. I mean, citizens advisory boards. Some of them require specific experiences. So is that meant to be any more specific than what we currently use to describe our other citizens boards?
I'll let Chief start and then I'll jump in.
Yeah, what I would say to that, we spent some time talking about that specific item there, and we're just trying to say that it's not just one or the other. It's not police and or community relations. It's just demonstrated ability, or you've shown in the past an interest in community relations, and of course, and to some extent, interest in the police also. But I don't think we were trying to be very specific as far as who to include or who to exclude based on that point. Oh, I'm sure we weren't actually.
Yeah, and I would add, we really struggled with the question of, do we have enough information to detail specifics? And we, in the end, said, well, the mayor and city commission ultimately review the application and have the ability to make that final decision. The overarching language at the beginning of 30-83 does include that language that is currently included in the Law Enforcement Advisory Board of reflecting the racial and ethnic diversity of the city of Salina with overrepresentation of minority populations in comparison with local demographics. And so we're trying to provide kind of that overarching representation goal and expectation, and then essentially defer to the mayor and commission to review the applications you have. One of the concerns we had was if you get too specific, you may not have applications that match up with the criteria that you have articulated in the ordinance, and now we're struggling to fill the board and maintain a quorum and those type of things. We're trying to kind of keep your options open.
Right. So someone, let's say, who has a human resources background. I don't know if many people have absolutely no interest in police work, but their desire may be to just make sure that indeed our rules are being followed, not necessarily because it's the police department, but they wouldn't necessarily have the background in community relations. So just their total body of work, I guess, on the application would be considered.
Correct. In fact, we did, as part of the expression of interest form, we did add some CRB specific questions that restate this goal and then give them the opportunity to provide additional information that they think is worth the mayor and commission's consideration as their appointment is considered for this specific board. So we're trying to position you to have as much information as you could about the applicants, and then, a process by process, applicant pool by applicant pool, you're going to have to apply some discretion.
All right, just about, I think it's just 2 more. I thought when we had discussed the completion of the Citizens Police Academy that we thought it might be an undue hardship for some people. And I see here it's written shall complete. I thought we had left it as will be strongly encouraged, or however else you can word that. Is this going to be a hard requirement?
That's what we're here to discuss.
Right.
Okay. In that case, let me put the question out there, and then just because other people may have questions. And what's the basis on which you'll decide who gets 1-year appointment, who gets 2, who gets 3? I mean, like if a person from the LEAB is appointed to this, would they, because of their experience in these matters, be the presumed people to get the 3-year appointment, or is any thought given to that? And that's the end of my questions.
But two things. I probably defer the how many year term they have to the mayor, because I really don't know that. I can't answer that. But I would say as far as why that stayed on the ordinance, as far as the attending the Citizens Police Academy, that was probably 100% me. I just feel that's very important that anybody serving on this board has at least a base foundation of what our officers do on a daily basis. So that's why I can't say I insisted, because everybody has a boss, but I really I really wanted that on there, and thankfully it is on there in my opinion. Obviously it's not my final decision, but I just think that shows that you do have a vested interest in the community and in the police department, and you're willing to take that on within 2 years is basically what you're doing, because we do it once a year. So we're asking them within 2 years to take this Citizen Academy. And I personally don't think that is that much personally.
And does that meet during regular business hours or evening?
That's a great question. It meets in the evening. And if I interrupted you, I'm sorry, sir.
No, that was right, because if it met 3 hours a day for 10 weeks and the person's working hourly way, that's going to be all their annual leave,
right?
All their vacation time for the year. So it's an evening class.
Yes.
All right. So somebody could work a 9 to 5 job and still go to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
But they couldn't work a 4 to 12 job and go to it.
Good point. Yeah.
I have concerns about that. I get the intent, and I don't disagree with the intent. It's I think would be helpful if they had that background. But I do know that in other jurisdictions, for example, Wichita used to require that, and they've pulled it because they weren't getting enough people interested. It was simply perceived as too much of a commitment for a group of volunteer citizens who are doing this on their own time to make that kind of commitment. And I think we agreed the last time we talked about that we would like to see something, but maybe not to the level of 3 hours a day for 10 weeks or whatever the time commitment is. It is pretty a pretty heavy time commitment for someone who is volunteering to be on this committee.
Can the city pay them to go to the class?
Greg, any thoughts on that? I don't.
Certainly is a matter of city policy, and I'm sorry, I can't remember whether there was a statutory prohibition in relation to citizen advisory boards, but it would be a wholesale change in direction if a so-called volunteer board was compensated for. I think it's not uncommon for them to be reimbursed for direct expenses. I don't know if there is a fee for participation or how that works, but in terms of being compensated for time spent, that would be a wholesale departure from.
Well, and the reason I'm asking is this would be in addition to any regularly scheduled meetings they would have that quarter or every other month. I mean, they're going to give their time voluntarily for their regular, let's just say monthly meeting. But now we're asking them on top of that, 3 hours a week for 10 weeks, go study something, on your own time.
Just a couple things. I mean, an option is that would be a requirement to be on the board, but that ship probably already sailed, but because we have hundreds of people that have already been through that. But again, that ship may have sailed. Commissioner Franz, if I could ask you a question, what's the date on your Wichita information about them pulling the Citizen Review Board as a requirement?
I do not know. I just know that was an issue there, and that they were not getting applicants for the board.
Okay, unless I have a outdated ordinance number. I'm looking at their ordinance, and it's definitely in there as what you must do. Be enrolled in the Wichita Police Department Citizens Police Academy within the third available academy session beginning after his or her appointment. But again, if that's been amended since we asked for this, it's certainly possible.
Yeah, and I do know that it was my understanding it had been fairly recently, but I do know there were discussions about that. Having issues finding sufficient people to fill the slots.
I too appreciate the chief's sentiment and having those people have that kind of training, but I think we want this board to work, and I think it does set the bar too high. We can't get people to fill the other boards and commissions. As a follow-up question, I'd like to ask if the current LEBA members, if they can apply for this, the positions on this board, or any of them faulted out by some of the conditions that we've put in the ordinance?
Well, there's only 5 that we have, and it's my understanding they were all interested, but I do not know who all has applied for that position, for these positions, sorry.
If I think part of the question is whether any of these criteria would cause an eligibility problem for any of them.
To my knowledge, no. No,
Well-
there's the issue of being on 2 boards. I mean, that's a legitimate issue, but as far as, I'm not seeing a disqualifier that comes to mind.
Except for the resident of the city. If somebody
Yeah.
comes forward and they're from rural Saline County, or that would be a disqualifier in that case.
My apologies, you are correct. It's only city of Salina residents. That's correct.
Okay, Commissioner Hodges, you have any questions or comments?
I think most of mine are mainly comments. Would you prefer that I held those until after we hear from the public and we start deliberating?
We
Or,
could do that.
okay, thanks.
That'd be fine. Do we have anyone out there, Mr. Wood, that has?
Mayor Hoppick, if I could interrupt, I just got a document, and it's December 18th, 2018. More than half the people on Wichita's new police review board have failed to meet city requirement, but they may not be removed if the city council changes the rules. Fewer than half of the 13 appointees to the board have attended the Citizens Police Academy. And there was a proposal to change that requirement at that time. So but I do not know what the outcome of that discussion was. But my point is, it can be an issue, just from the standpoint of the time commitment.
Yeah, and the question becomes, if they don't meet that, then they become disqualified from serving on the board, according to this. So
yeah,
that would be a concern too. So. Okay. Okay. Do we have any of the individuals out there listening that would like to enter in? Mr. Wood, does anybody raise their hand?
I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, I don't think we have any delay like we did on the other. So let us know if anyone does join us and would like to. So with that, I will turn it over to Commissioner Hodges.
Okay. And thank you for that. Basically, I don't really have any questions, but a couple of things to kind of follow up on a couple things that Commissioner Davis had mentioned that I had also had some concerns about. Under section 30-82, which is the roles and the responsibilities. On number 1, advise and assist the police department in policy development, education and community outreach, and communications related to racial or other bias-based policing by police officers, etc. I really feel like that's number 1 needs to be broken into 2 different components. And I think maybe it was something that City Manager Scragg and Commissioner Davis were talking about before, because I feel like you've got advise the police department in policy development as 1. And then the second is more of an emphasis on to educate the citizens about this board, and not so much to serve as just an amplifier of police communications, which, you know, obviously there are going to be some things that are very important for them to amplify, but for them to recognize that they do have a responsibility to the board itself to get out there and to promote its existence, because I think that was something that took all of us aback a little bit. Was, heck, I'd been on the commission for 3 years and I didn't know about the Law Enforcement Advisory Board. So I didn't know if that would be something that the other commissioners were interested in doing, but I would like to see that broken into 2 parts: to advise the police department in policy development, and to insert language that the board needs to educate citizens about its purpose and its existence, and what exactly it can do. Under section 30-83 membership, I wish that we could, under the initial statement, the opening paragraph, rather than using the word overrepresentation of minority populations, I wish that we could phrase that in a more positive way, recognizing that strength comes through diversity and seeking out diverse points of view. And that's a minor one, so we can leave that, but I don't know. There's something about overrepresentation, to me, had a little bit of a smack of not deserving, and I don't want it to have that. Also under that section, under number 2, and this is something that we discussed last time, and I just wanted to make sure that we had discussed it again this time, is having a current member of the police department with 3 years of experience as a member of the police department and the current rank of either police officer or police sergeant. So I think that whoever would get that position would find themselves in a really untenable space. You're going to have your responsibility to your superior officers. You're going to have your responsibility to your fellow LEOs. I think that we're really going to be putting somebody in a very difficult situation, and I would prefer that we didn't have that. And here's my reasoning why. We're looking to get a citizen board that I think it's probably going to be very motivated people. If they have questions, there are going to be 2 staff resource people for them to talk to in the meeting. But I think that just watching our own dynamic in terms of, we all tend to give weight, as we should, to a professional, and that's important. But I think that this body also needs to recognize that one of its important functions, and one of the things that we first started talking about this, is for it to function somewhat independently, and that will increase the public trust and the transparency. So I would like to see that membership provision struck in terms of having an officer on the board. And then in section 30-87, I agree with Commissioner Davis. I think that we can encourage people to enroll in the police academy, but rather than making that a requirement, because I think, look, who are we trying to recruit here? All of us have, well, and there are some call exceptions, like for Commissioner Ryan and Commissioner Davis and stuff, but for the most part, we have the luxury of a 9-to-5 job, and doing something for 40 hours over 4 or 10 weeks, is doable. But if we're trying to get the kind of people that are parts of marginalized communities and economically stressed communities, this is going to be that can be the thing that it makes the difference between making sure that that their voice is heard and not. So I would prefer, if it's a matter of education, rather than insisting that they go to this Citizens Academy and, you know, and offering some compensation, maybe we figure out a way to make funds available for continuing education that can be a part of those board meetings. If there's a board meeting that doesn't have a lot on its agenda, maybe there's a program that can be brought in to help educate. But we have such a hard time completing board orientations and training as it is. You know, I would prefer to see that as a recommendation and not a requirement. And and the final item, and you'll be happy to hear that, is under section 30-93 under item number D. And we had discussed this before, but I'd still really like to make a pitch that, just like we do in the city commission, that the staff liaison and the chief of police may be included in executive session as informational resources, along with any other persons the board chooses to invite to participate. I think putting the word shall in, I think that if this board is truly going to do the work that we want it to do, there has to be, if needed, and I don't, you know, it may not ever be needed. They need to have the opportunity to be able to deliberate amongst themselves if the need arises. And so I would just like to see that language changed from shall to may be included.
Commissioner, what section was that in again? You kind of broke up.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. It was in section 30-93, and it's under item D as in dog.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Is it possible, I realize now if the academy is 10 weeks and it's 40 hours, that's 4 hours a night. Which, you know, and I'm assuming these are 10 consecutive weeks just to keep people's interest and get it done. That could be a fairly stiff requirement. Do I think it's a great idea? Yeah, I mean, I might say, and if you want to be chair of this committee, you need to have completed the academy. And I don't know how easy it is to bring some of the salient features of that education to each board meeting. You know, maybe 45 minutes of each meeting, you focus on one of those topics that are discussed in the academy. I'm sure it doesn't replace what you could do in 4 hours. I imagine a lot of that is field type experience. I mean, the classroom just doesn't replicate all of that, but I'm just thinking that's a half day. If they work in the evening, really, that's a half day's work for 10 weeks. That's a whole week's worth of vacation. If they happen to be an evening shift person. It's a lot of time. Even for a person who owns their own business and can take off whenever they want, in theory, it's a lot of hours for 10 weeks in a row. Although I think it'd be great for them to experience it.
We can phrase it in such a manner that, I mean, additional consideration will be given to those that have already or previously attended the Citizens Academy. Not make a requirement, but I mean, just a thought. I mean, there's always a consideration for more experience, education, training for anything you ever apply for. That's right. Not unusual. I'm not making that up. That's been a thing for a long time. But again, it wouldn't make it not a requirement where we're at now. It would make it additional consideration, but just a thought.
Well, I'm sitting here, I'm kind of juggling because that's more formal training than we get to sit on this commission. But it's, I mean, we get a lot of on the job training, but we don't have to go to a 4-hour week session for 10 weeks before we take office.
And you know, Chief Nelson, I'm going to have to play ignorance because I really don't even know what the police academy 100% entails. And I guess you know, I don't, without knowing that, I don't know how we could modify that to make it more, you know, more doable.
Could we get a 90-second tour from the chief?
Sure. It is a lot of classroom, but I'd say it's 60% classroom, maybe 50. And the other part, actual practical, they ride as a police officer. They see a lot of demonstrations like by K9. They see demonstrations by the SWAT team. They actually tour the jail. They definitely tour the police facility too, but they go to evidence. They go to a lot of different places with basically just trying to get them trying to capture just a little bit of what we all do on a daily basis is what I believe the goal is of Citizens Academy, to be more familiar with what you're, not necessarily what I do on a daily basis, but what your line officers do on a daily basis. And that's why I think it's so important, because it's not from my perspective, it's from the line officer's perspective on what they do on a daily basis. And I'm not disagreeing 40 hours is quite the commitment. I'm not. I get it. I understand that.
And I know that Chief Nelson is pretty, you know, serious about this being important. And I think some type of training and some type of indoctrination into what's going on would be. I don't disagree with the other commissioners that 40 hours could be a deterrent. So I don't know what that answer, you know, I would like to see some type of additional education. You know, even if it's, you know, if we could do something in a couple evenings where they could, or whenever they're available, and could see you know, there could be some things done out at the training center, you know, in the classroom there, the simulator be used a little bit. You know, if we could do something in a more like and again, don't want to minimize what you do, but in an 8 to 10 hour, I think they'd find interesting, educational, but yet doable, perhaps.
Commissioners, if I may, there's a lot of topics, a lot of observations, and a lot of suggestions, and this probably is where Robert's Rules of Order could work to your advantage more so than usual. Not to be overly formal, but I guess I would suggest that if you've kind of wrapped up your conversation generally, you might want to go through the document just calling out sections. And if someone wants to propose an amendment, formally propose an amendment, and then if there's a second, you can deliberate on that. And those amendments can be voted up or down. And by the time you get to the end of the document, you'll know what your amended document looks like to vote on. Otherwise, we may be trying to talk each other into submission all night.
All right. Well, I'll start. I'll get the ball rolling. Mr. Mayor, approve ordinance number 20-11046 on first reading with following amendments.
Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
I'm this is Greg Binkson, legal counsel. Sorry to interrupt you, but and I'll look to Mr. Scragg to see if he agrees with me that I think if you start out with a main motion simply to approve the ordinance, and then we would be open for however many motions to amend you all might wish to consider. If we start out with a motion that includes amendments, we're a bit hamstrung as we attempt to consider all of the amendments that any one of you might wish to suggest.
You know, I'm getting better at this. That my brain told me to do that at first, and I got to the fork in the road and went right instead of left. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. If I could elaborate just a little bit, if you take that approach and you make one amendment, one motion for one amendment at a time, then you can vote that up or down. If you start mixing multiple amendments, then you lose sight of who's voting for what reason.
Won't be able to get a consensus on anything.
All right.
And
In that case,
I do, well, I have a question about how exactly that would work. If we do a blanket approval of the ordinance as it stands, and then we go through and we're talking through different amendments, how will we know that the final product is going to be something
sorry.
we would have approved?
so well,
I'm
these
sorry,
would just be
Commissioner, if I
amendments
may.
to the motion, and we'd vote them up or down as we go through it. And we hope
Go
the
ahead.
city clerk is keeping track of everything.
To Commissioner Hodges' point, and Commissioner Hodges, am I correct that your concern was that we would vote on that basic motion to approve?
Right.
But, and I didn't clarify that the thought would be that that motion is made, that's the main motion.
Okay.
But that would not be voted upon until you had exhausted your consideration of any amendments. Hopefully you have a finished product, and then the final vote on the main motion would occur.
So after we've done all the amendments that we would do, we would have a second at that time?
No, we'd have to second it to start the discussion to entertain the amendments
Right.
to the.
Yeah, I think you would want to, if you want to.
Motion and a second.
You'd want a motion and a second on the
Okay.
main motion, presumably to approve on first reading. But then there would be whatever time is needed.
Multiple
to go
amendments
through
addressed.
consideration of any number of amendments you might wish to consider.
All right, I will
And being upon the finished product.
set the time clock back 5 minutes, and Mayor Hoppick, move we approve ordinance number 20-11046 on first reading.
I'll second that.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Do we have any amendments to that?
Yes, I move that we amend section 30-82 to emphasize that the roles of the board are to assist the police department in policy development and also to educate the public on the role of the citizens board. And Commissioner Hodges,
How about promote and educate?
I like that.
Okay.
Promote what?
Promote and educate the public about the Citizens Review Board. In other words, go to make it more not to
They
make people aware of it.
They're promoting the board.
Well,
in addition, well, we would educate on policy development, but and Commissioner Hodges, if I'm off base, let me know, but also to specifically educate the public on the role of the board and how the board can be of service to police and citizens alike.
And I think that's why I was kind of in favor of, instead of having the 4 points, having 5 and breaking number 1 into its 2 discrete components. Number 1 being advising the police department on policy development, and then number 2, educating citizens about the advocacy work that the Citizens Review Board does, and then going through the rest of the items in sequence.
I'm fine with that idea.
I think that makes sense to me. The way it reads now, it's a little confusing, and I think that clarifies it a great deal.
So if I could, Greg, there's a reference to a particular statute. Is this wording at all because it's trying to mirror state statute?
Yes, that's what prompted that insertion. That can be either left in or deleted from the language that you see there is the language directly from the statute. With the proposed split into 2 separate ones, that's certainly fine. I believe if we wanted to leave the reference, it would more appropriately relate to the first what would I assume be the number one, although that was as much as anything so that anybody reading this draft would know where that came from. So it's certainly not critical to the text that those statutory references remain.
Could one be left as it is and simply add a number 5, which would reference Commissioner Hodges' earlier suggestion? Just leave one intact and then add a separate number 5 to promote the board and its activities.
That
That
leaves,
would be simple and clear.
that leaves number 1 ambiguous.
Yeah, I would say the sequencing probably warrants what Commissioner Hodges suggested.
Okay.
In terms of the sequence.
All right.
So can I try to restate and see if I'm on track
Yes.
here? So one would read, and I'm taking some liberties here, but trying to meld all this together. One could read, advise and assist the police department in policy development related to racial or other bias-based policing by police officers and the police department pursuant to KSA 22-4610 C3A and amendments thereto. A new 2 would be to promote and educate citizens. And I think your original wording, Commissioner Hodges, that I got the first pass was about the purpose and existence of the law enforcement citizen review board. I didn't pick up your wording the second time.
Yeah, something about, I think the advocacy nature of the board. But I mean, I think that just, however that comes together, I don't think it's a big thing just to recognize that the board has an obligation and a responsibility to promote what it does and to communicate to the citizens what its purpose is.
So promote, advocate, and educate to the citizens the purpose and existence of the board.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get lost in the woods here, but yeah, I mean, something to that effect.
Okay, so that will be a new 2, and then items 2, 3, and 4 will be renumbered respectively.
Correct.
Okay, do we need to vote on that? Yes, we
Yeah.
do. Okay. So I would,
Do we vote on that or we just make a motion in a second to add it?
No, but this is just voting on the amendment.
Up or down, and then
Okay.
you know where
Okay,
it stands.
vote on the amendment. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Frank.
I would move that we take number 30, section 30-82 relating to roles and responsibilities, sub item number 1, and divide it into 2 sections. The first of which is to advise the police department policy development, and the second is to do what the city manager said.
Promoted. Okay.
Second.
Just as a clarification, Commissioner Davis, didn't you state that the motion?
Yeah, we technically we had a motion on the floor.
Oh, okay.
So all we need to do is vote on that motion at this time, I would think.
As collectively restated by Commissioner Franz and the city manager.
Franz.
Correct.
So we got that motion in a second. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, that amendment will pass 5-0. Okay, do we have any other amendments?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we amend section 30-87, section 1. A board member shall be highly encouraged to enroll in and complete the 10-week 40-hour Citizens Police Academy. And preference would be given to those applicants who, well, may be given to those applicants who have completed the course or enrolled in the course.
I'll second that.
So I'm guessing.
I'm just not sure. My problem is I'm just not sure about, granting the preference, because let's say, just for the sake of argument here, that the applicants that we receive on a given year all of folks of the same socioeconomic class or that don't reflect the diversity that we're trying to bring to this board. You know, if we're weighting that as one of our decisions, we could end up with a pretty undiverse board. And I just think that it might run, I mean, while we encourage them to do it, I think that just granting a blanket or making
It could be contradictory to our 30-83 when we talk about our members.
I would suggest that Commissioner Davis's wording said may, so it's not mandatory. I'm not sure if instead of exercising it as a preference, it wouldn't be consideration will be given, you know, so that it's clearly that it's a part of the assessment, but not required in any sense, and it's not weighted towards those people necessarily. It's not a number one priority, but it's something to think about.
Well, let me throw in another suggestion. How about consideration for reappointment to the board? This would be a factor in considering reappointment, because let's face it, the first year, nobody's going to have a chance to complete it before they get appointed. So the first year, everybody's going to have to get a pass anyway. You know, so it may be if someone wants to be reappointed to the board, then that consideration becomes more important.
So this is Mike. I apologize in advance, and I'm trying not to make this a Robert's Rules of Order class, but three things just came up. Commissioner Hodges, your comments about the preference could have been stated as an amendment to the amendment. So you could have made a motion to amend by striking. Commissioner Franz, your suggestion could have been stated as an amendment to the amendment by striking preference and inserting consideration. And then Commissioner Davis, you kind of, and this isn't as technically Robert's Rules of Order, but you kind of offered up a friendly amendment to the main motion as the mover, that as a friendly amendment, I would accept a change. I say all that because if you're willing to go to that level of specificity, it will help you be more productive as you work your way through this.
Well, let's do it by the book. All right.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Another observation, as far as the structure, 3087 speaks to requirements upon appointment. And I think we can certainly, if you wish to make that highly encouraged rather than required, we could do that in that section. I think you would probably want it then instead to be number 3 or the third, since it's not strictly a requirement. But more importantly, if we are getting into the question of preference on appointment, I think we need to address that where presumably in 3083 subpoint 3, when we're addressing the 7 persons to be appointed other than the member of the Human Relations Commission and the police officer. Because if we're talking about qualifications warranting consideration in relation to appointment, I think that's what you're talking about if we want to include that preference. And just from a standpoint of structure of the ordinance, I think it would need to be addressed in 3083.
May I ask a question in regard to section 3083, Mr. Bankston? Since we went ahead to 3087, there was an amendment that I wanted to make on 3083. Do we need to proceed through this numerically in sequence, or do we deal with 3087 and then come back to 3083?
My suggestion would, as you've gone into the discussion about whether it's the academy is to be mandated or not, that probably be addressed first, and then move to the discussion about whether or not having completed that or committed to participate in it is a factor for purposes of appointment.
And then we go back to adding that to section 3083 if that's then appropriate. Am I understanding that correctly? Okay.
That would be my thought.
Okay.
So, and are you comfortable with highly encouraged being in the section of requirements?
I'm sorry, was that directed to me?
Yes, I'm sorry, it was.
Yeah, that's all right. I just wanted to be sure. I think so. Absent, it would either warrant a separate section or simply, and that's why I say I think it's probably best if that's the choice of the commission, that would become item 3. Those that are required would be 1 and 2, and then.
Okay. I see.
It's either that way, I think, or a separate section.
So if I might ask, what's the current motion on the floor?
Yes.
Exactly.
Is it highly encouraged?
Highly encouraged.
Okay.
And the reference to preference removed? We'll deal with that in 3083.
As the maker of the motion, I have no problem removing the preference.
I'm sorry, did you say you are,
Oh,
I cut out.
Well,
there.
I would remove the preference because I'm going to come back later and try to add it in for reappointment.
Okay.
Do we need a second?
Yes.
I'll second it.
So we have a motion, and Mr. Scragg, help me if I'm wrong here, to highly encourage enrollment in and completion of the 10-week, 40-hour Citizens Police Academy. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct. And
Okay.
we will bring back a second reading so we can massage some of this if we can get your intent clarified.
And that
So
gets moved to item number 3 in that section since it's per Mr. Bankston's suggestion.
No, we're still on 30-87.
Right, but the enrollment in the Citizens Academy will then be number 3, and the other 2 numbers will advance in the sequence.
Yes, that's my understanding.
That's what I understand Mr. Bankston to suggest anyway.
It becomes the third one in 3087.
Yes. Yeah.
And again, it just says highly encourages.
Correct.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, that passed 5-0. Okay, next.
I would move, I'm not sure which section reappointment. I saw a reappointment. I lost it.
We have terms under 30-88. Is that what you were looking at?
Well, that's terms. I thought I saw in here just a second ago for reappointment, but maybe I didn't. Okay, in that case, I guess under section 30-88, I'd move that reappointment would require completion of the Police Citizens Academy as long as the first term was at least 3 years long. Because I mean, the first 2 years, 2/3 of the board's not going to have a 3-year term. So they wouldn't be able to do it anyway.
So reappointment following a completion of a full 3-year term would require completion of the police academy?
Yes, I don't know if you need to add unless there's some physical hardship that prevents it or not. But
And this would be a precondition of reappointment?
For reappointment only.
Yeah, okay.
So it gives them basically 3 years to complete the police academy.
Yep. I won't take it personally if nobody seconds it. Just starting out.
I think it sets the bar too high. again, if they're not going to do it in the first term, I don't think that they'll do it to remain.
Good point.
I'm sorry, was there a second?
No.
Okay, that motion dies from lack of a second.
All right.
Okay, any other amendments?
Yes, on section 3083, membership. I would at least like us to consider striking item number 2, a current member of the police department. For the reasons that I stated earlier, I think that puts an officer in a really lousy position of potentially having to recommend or take action against his peers or a superior officer. And I just, I think we're setting them up for failure. So I would move that we remove item number 2 from section 30-83.
Second, I'd like to get the discussion. Second.
Well, let me speak to that. This is a hill I will die on. I will not support the ordinance if that is removed. The intent behind it, I understand it may be uncomfortable for some of the officers, but I think it is extremely important that we give the rank and file a sense of participation in the process, a sense of belonging, a sense of investment. Right now, they feel like they've got a big red target on them. They feel attacked. I'm, maybe Chief Nelson can correct me, but if I were in their shoes, I would feel like everybody in the world is out to get me. I think if this thing has any chance at all of succeeding, we have to have some way of investing them in the process.
I'm not sure if it's appropriate if I speak or not, because I was waiting for the opportunity before when this concern was first broached, and I never had an opportunity. So can I speak or not speak?
I would like to.
Go ahead.
Mayor, up to you.
Yep.
Okay, I didn't know the rules. I didn't want to. I agree 100% with Commissioner Franz, but I want to add to that, to exclude the police from every part of this process is not good to try to pass down to the troops, that they're not even part at all. I mean, I don't think that the purpose of this CRB is to exclude the police. At least I hope it's not. So the reason it's a line officer Commissioner Franz recommended, a line officer does have a lot more idea of what's going on in the streets than probably I do. With that said, I would probably be the one choosing who that line officer to be on the board. And I assure you, he'd be perfectly fine with that position. But I would like him on there for another reason. I guess my second reason is, if you're wanting to exclude the chief of police from being in the executive session, and you're not wanting a police officer on the board, now there's absolutely no presence whatsoever of a police officer when they're making these decisions that could or cannot affect an officer's career. And I just think that's wrong.
Chief Nelson, if I can interject, you've completely taken what I said in the wrong fashion. When I'm not looking to exclude you, I'm not looking to exclude staff liaisons from an executive session. I'm saying that we need to be cognizant that there may be a situation in the future where it's not appropriate to require someone whose conduct may be under discussion in an executive session. So please do not put words in my mouth that I am trying to exclude you or any other officer from an executive session. And I know that's not under discussion now, but I felt it was important to stop you right there.
Well, I'm not sure where that came from. And if that's how you felt, I apologize. But
you said exclusion.
If I'm excluded from the executive session, I'm excluded. If an officer is not on the board, he wouldn't be in the executive session. So therefore, he would be excluded too. That's all I meant by that. They would not be present. I wouldn't be present, and the officer would not be. The line officer would not be present if they were excluded from the board.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Commissioner Franz. I think this is a two-way street, and I think that a line officer would be advantageous, even though it might put him in a different difficult situation once in a while, I think it would be more times than not advantageous to have one on this board.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
Greg Bankston, legal counsel. I had a question, if I may, for Chief, but it relates to what we've just been talking about. Chief, did I understand you correctly to make reference to the potential for your designation of who this board member would be?
Well, I don't believe I would vote. I would agree. The mayor would have to choose.
The mayor,
Yeah.
the mayor
would have to.
that's the
Yeah,
point I was
I was
clarify. If I
That's
correctly understood your comment.
Yeah,
Just
no,
wanna
I
be
was
sure
wrong.
everybody that might, the commission and everybody that might be, anybody that might be listening would
Right.
be sure to be on the same page in that regard.
If I could rephrase that, and you are correct, I apologize. It'd be my recommendation, and it would be up to the mayor whether or not to accept that recommendation.
I think we need to
I would like to add that any police officer who's interested in doing it, that could fill out an expression of interest form,
You
would
are.
fill out the chief's recommendation. We have occasionally gone through this before with boards and commissions where the staff want to recommend somebody, presumably because they think they'd be good in that role, but it always raises the question of if there are other considerations. So I think it's purely an expression of interest response. And, obviously if well, I think we have to keep that clear, that has to be great.
and that is the way that it's currently drafted.
Yeah. I would say that with respect to Commissioner Hodges' position of the terminology shall, with respect to the executive session, the city manager is not given the right to be in an executive session. No one is except for the 5 commissioners. And I think this has to be structured in a similar way.
If I could suggest, why don't we focus on this one at the
Yeah,
moment?
we're on 30.83. Yeah, that's under a different section. Yeah.
Okay, we're on 30.84. No, 30.83. I'm sorry.
83. Yes.
Yeah.
Item 2.
So just to reiterate, any law enforcement officer that fits the parameters for appointment to the board and the parameters that we've laid out may submit a submission of interest form, and it is not, there will be in no way any endorsement or promotion of one candidate over another. We're going to evaluate them all as neutrally as we would all of the other applicants. Am I understanding that correctly, that applicant will be treated no differently than the other applicants?
That's the way I would plan on doing it.
Okay.
That would be my intent, because that is the way we do all of our boards and commissions.
Right.
So.
I hate to ask a nitty-picky question. If there were no police volunteers for the board, what happens to that position?
It's a vacancy that we try to fill.
So just a vacancy. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Makes sense.
Just so I'm clear, is that one spot for law enforcement or not for law enforcement? Is there one spot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The discussion we're having is on the premise there is. The motion is to strike that.
Yes.
The proposed amendment is to strike that.
Yeah.
Right.
Is there any other discussion on that? If not, we have a motion and a second to strike item number 2 from section 30-83 membership. All those in favor?
I'm sorry, I apologize. As you were stating that, it occurred to me that if you're striking that, then I assume that you're increasing the 7 to 8 so that you've maintained.
We'll have to address, I'd say we have to address that separately. Probably, wouldn't you?
Well, depends on, I guess, the mover's intent.
Yeah. City Manager Scraig, I don't have the highest of hopes that this motion is going to So let's not put the cart in front of the horse.
Actually, I think the way the section is phrased, if we strike section 2, then section 3 becomes section 2. There's still 9 members and there's only the one designated member.
Okay.
So,
Okay, we have a motion and a second to strike item 2. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
nay.
Nay. I heard 3 nays. Did I hear a fourth?
I don't know who you heard.
I'll do that. I'll do it by roll call. Okay, Commissioner Hodges,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Nay.
Commissioner Franz,
Nay.
Commissioner Davis,
Nay.
and Mayor Hoppick is a nay also. Okay. Any other amendments?
Well, it's an informational one, which I don't know if it'll require an amendment. Is there any other qualification of the Human Relations Commission appointee? I mean, do they have to jump through any hoops other than being on that commission to be? Is that an appointed from the chair of that commission, or are we taking EOBs from that? Or
That is a good point of clarification. For the BZA, the Planning Commission nominates one of their members to serve on the BZA and the County Planning Commission, I believe. And so as we drafted this, I kind of had that format in the back of my mind, but I don't know that the draft as written articulates that. And we also had conversation about whether we wanted to clarify it any further. And our concern was, the length of time they have in the Human Relations Commission might impact how long they could serve in this role, but we chose not to get into that level of specificity just because then it starts to create ineligible members and eligible members, and we didn't want to intervene that far. So I'll defer to City Attorney, but while we talked about the Human Relations Commission possibly nominating someone, I don't know that we've worded it that way, have we?
No, and if that's what was intended, that's, I did not, if you had asked me, as I understood, we were attempting to follow the model that we have gone to with the Planning Commission members of the Board of Zoning Appeals and the Heritage Commission. And in my mind, I thought that was a separate process and not involving a recommendation or nomination by the Planning Commission. But if I'm my approach was based on a possible misunderstanding of how that works. I'm sorry.
Well, we had a meeting of the minds about we wanted to replicate the process. Apparently, we may not have a meeting of the minds about the process.
I'm afraid so.
If it's permissible to the City Commission, my suggestion would be that our intention is to replicate the process used for the BZA and the Heritage Commission appointment, and we can clarify that between first and second reading if that's acceptable.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I will admit that was in the back of my mind, it was based on my experience with the Arts and Humanities Commission. They have a liaison to the CAD committee, I believe. And that is basically a designation by the Arts and Humanities Commission, but I did not verbalize that. And so I'm, whatever works the best in this case, I think would be appropriate.
And we'll synchronize between first and second reading on that one.
all right. And did we address 30-93 yet? I'm honestly
No.
not. Okay.
We have not.
Did you want to do it, Commissioner Hodges?
Sure. Under section 3093, I would move that we amend item D, the following sentence: the staff liaison and chief of police may be included in the executive session as informational resources, along with other persons the board chooses to invite to participate as informational or advisory resources relevant to its deliberations, to bring this in compliance with our other executive session policies.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to amend 30-93, paragraph D, to read: the staff liaison and chief of police may participate in the executive session as informational resources, along with other persons the board chooses to invite to participate as informational or advisory resources relevant to its deliberations. Discussion.
I think it brings it in, it makes it analogous to the city commission. I mean, 99.99% of our executive sessions include city manager and city attorney. I think I can only remember one where we asked them not to come in, and we almost had to have an executive session to see if we thought we could handle that. But it's, practically speaking, I would anticipate the police chief would be there for 99.99% of the meetings, but it does give that board the right, in whatever situation I might be, to exclude it.
So if I may, I'm going to try to tread lightly here, but I was the one that advocated for that language, and I think there may be a clarification that needs to be made, because I don't, and the city attorney's welcome to weigh in here and disagree with me, but I don't view this body as being analogous to you as the governing body. They are making within the chain of authority and the chain of command within the organization, they're making a recommendation to the chief of police. The chief of police then needs to take under advisement to exercise his authority. And as you work your way through the organization, then that ultimately comes to me, the city manager, as a personnel item. And since it is a personnel item, that conversation is going to happen in executive session. So if the chief of police is not part of that conversation, they're going to come out of executive session and give the chief a decision and a recommendation without any context for the chief then to decide what to do with that recommendation.
Again, my only concern is in the future, if there's an executive, I mean, just as there would be at any level, whether ours or another one, if there's a discussion that has to include discussion about the chief of police, I think that board needs to have that option available.
Yeah, and I picked up on that, your point there, and I think there could be a caveat, provided that they are not the subject of the, I don't even want to call it an investigation, the deliberation. I understand your point there. So rather than an alternate approach, if that is the concern, would be to say something along the lines of provided that they are not the subject of the board's deliberations.
I like the may language, because I think, like Commissioner Davis said, 99.9% of the time they are going to be included. And I think that's something that when you're talking about board orientation, especially with your chairman of the board or president of the board, or however that's organized, that's part of their education and orientation, that they understand that HR issues are going to go through the chief. But I'd prefer to we can vote up or down on that.
If the chief is in on the discussion, the recommendation is still being made to him, in that he's part of that discussion of the recommendation that's going to come to him. I'm trying to, I guess we probably sort of do the same thing with you, Mike. I mean, we'll discuss things we may bring to you, and you're in the room guiding the conversation. Is it any different with personnel issues, where, because this board does not have, hire, fire, or discipline authority. So in that regard, we're not making, it would not be making a recommendation to,
Well, I think they could make a recommendation to the chief, but they certainly cannot implement any kind of disciplinary
right.
action. So it would be a recommendation to him. It would be up to him whether or not he would follow it. So I'm kind of reconsider. At first, I was kind of in favor of making that shall a may, and I'm now reconsidering that because I'm having Mr. Schrag made a compelling argument, I guess, and I'm
And
having
he's
trouble.
in there, and Chief Nelson would not be part of the discussion unless he was asked to be part of that discussion, sitting through executive session, correct?
Correct. As
He's
much,
just a liaison. Yeah.
right. I mean, admittedly, as a liaison to you, I interact as topics come up, but the expectation would be that there is staff support and they're deferential. There is one clarification I'd like to make, but I'll hold off on that while you're discussing this.
I guess I would ask the motion maker if it would be acceptable to change this, to make sure the language is clear that if the chief were in any form or fashion, the subject of any of the discussion, that the chief could be, I don't know how you say it, asked to not come in or recuse himself, but whatever the proper verb would be.
And I do understand that. I guess, you know, some time that staff is asked, not to participate in an executive session, the assumption is that that there's something about their job performance that's under discussion. But I'm still okay with the may. I'm maybe included. I just, if this group is going to be able to foster any kind of confidence in the community, in my opinion, we've in our efforts to compromise and to include what everybody thinks is important. I mean, we've we're trying to balance a line between citizens and LEOs, and we want to do it as positively as we can. But I think that language needs to stay, if at all possible.
This is a lot of thinking on the fly, but I'm more comfortable with the may, knowing that there would be a line officer already on the committee who would be in the executive session meeting anyway. So I know there'd be some representation. I don't know what additional representation. I can imagine a situation, I guess, where you would need the experience of the chief administrator of the police department. But at that point, you're almost asking him to make the recommendation to himself or to discuss it. Boy, this is a rough spot to get all the way to the
Depending on
end.
what the conversations are, there's a lot of knowledge that can come from the chief. So
yeah,
I don't know. We have a motion and a second to change it from shall to may.
So if I could offer the clarification, I don't know if this impacts your decision on this vote or not, but the way, and again, City Attorney Bankson, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way this is structured, the determination that this body would make is one of the choices specified in 3093, that the complaint or the claim is unfounded, exonerated, not sustained, or sustained against policy. And that this has been built specifically to occur in advance of a disciplinary decision being made by the chief, so that the chief of police can factor that recommendation in. But this is not structured for the board to recommend termination 5 days without pay versus 10. This claim is founded or not. Chief of police, here's our finding, you need to proceed accordingly. And if the chief is not agreeing with that body, we talked about providing ongoing reporting and that becoming a topic in and of itself, or if unfounded complaints are not being dealt with with enough significance, then that's another issue. But this is not structured for this body to make discipline recommendations.
Correct. Yeah, I think this body just, if the process went appropriately, if evidence was considered, how the chief disciplines his or her own rank and file is up to the chief. I wouldn't want to get in on that.
I just
myself. Anyway, yeah.
That kind of entered the conversation here, and I wasn't sure. I was concerned that there might be some confusion about that.
Right. From a procedural perspective, if everything else was settled except this issue, and there is a desire to change one's mind on this one particular part between first and second reading, does that send it back to first reading?
I'll defer to the city attorney on that.
No, I think this question could certainly be addressed as a second reading item, along with your review and consideration of the amendments that have already been made.
All right.
Call the question, Mayor.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Question's been called. All those in favor of changing the word shall to may, signify by saying aye. Did I hear ayes? Nays? Nay?
Nay.
Okay, was that 3 nays, did I hear?
I believe so.
Okay, so that was 3-2 to leave shall in there. Okay, any other amendments?
An innocent question that I hope is not taking us down the rabbit hole. Commissioner Hodges had an issue with the language relating with overrepresentation of minority populations. I'm vaguely uncomfortable with that too. I mean, and I'm not sure I can put my finger on why, and I don't know if that can be wordsmithed to be stated in a slightly different fashion, but still have the same meaning, and that, I don't have the word myself, so I guess this isn't a motion. It's maybe a request for staff to kind of look at that and see if that can be wordsmithed a little bit.
We can all hit our thesauruses tonight and see what we find.
Yeah.
How about majority representation being of the minority population?
Well, to be honest with you, my whole issue is with the use of the term minority, because that carries with it some implications that, aren't all that positive sometimes. And so I don't know, but I don't know a better word to use in that context.
And how do you did we define minorities in the first part? I apologize for not remembering. We have definitions. I do not see what minority. What's that?
We did not, Mayor.
We define minorities because, we had talked about that being, the Hispanic, Black community, the gay and lesbian. I mean, so I guess, should we define minority?
Well, it gets tricky. I was thinking about the word recognition of minority populations. And where it gets tricky is that not all minority populations in this country are discriminated against. So you're going to go further down the hole.
Yeah.
And without being blatantly, right, you got to be blatantly specific for what's appropriate in 2020 and 2022. You're going to have to probably come back and redefine it. It may be like the Supreme Court thing on obscenity or pornography. Can't define it, but I know what it looks like. I know it when I see it.
But to Commissioner Davis's point, as we staffed that through, we looked at, and really, I was looking at some of the choices we have on our expression of interest forms to designate your race and ethnicity. And so I was looking at that, and technically there's thousands.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously that won't work. The other thing we looked at was, if we left it as just reflecting the racial and ethnic diversity of the city of Salina and you look at our racial and ethnic distribution, the numbers are so low that it wouldn't even equate to an appointment.
Well, what some cities have done, organizations have used the term non-majority, in which case you're only referring to one group as opposed to trying to define a group that has 1,000 members in it.
Okay. Well,
I'm sorry I asked.
Right.
I'm sorry I brought it up, but I did think that there was maybe more of a way to say that we recognize the strength that diversity will bring to this board, and and that being kind of a foundation of this board is to recruit underrepresented populations, whether that, non-majority, underrepresented populations, anything, but I also found that language kind of.
Well, or you could say, inclusion of underrepresented populations. I mean, if you really want to get into a sociology class, those who will say that certain minorities are harder on themselves because of the way they've been brainwashed. I mean, we could go into a history class and discuss this for about 12 hours.
So the reference to, we'll work on the wordsmithing of it, but the concept of being dedicated to underrepresented populations in place of overrepresentation is acceptable as an improvement.
Could you say that one more time?
I didn't say it very well the first time. The reference to underrepresented populations is preferable to the current stating of overrepresentation of minorities. I mean, that's.
I don't know what's preferable.
Can we just kind of give that some thought? And if we've got anything,
Yeah.
if anybody has any suggestions, they can get them to you and
bring them back next week.
Sure. The consensus is the concept of what the end goal here is acceptable to the group.
The end goal's the same. We're just not sure how we want to say it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
May I ask a question related to that, Mayor?
Yes.
In looking at this sentence, and I understand the point about the term overrepresentation. I can't deny it. It had kind of the same effect on me. Does it help if we reel back all the way to the beginning of that subpoint D? Is it helpful at all to try to close that in by saying reflect without correlation to population, the racial and ethnic diversity of the city of Salina, period?
yeah, that's better. That's a lot better, I think.
That sounds good.
Is that?
Could you read that one more time?
Yeah, read it.
Simply, if you look at D, it begins reflect, and you would interject there, reflect without correlation to population, comma, the racial and ethnic diversity of the city of Salina, period. So you get away from any reference to overrepresentation, and you get away from reference to minority populations. But instead, you're just attempting to reflect the racial and ethnic diversity without correlation to population.
Let's work with that as a change for second reading. Let's think about it, but that sounds pretty good.
I agree.
Now we'll just need a footnote saying what this means is.
Okay, now we've had a motion, a second. We've made the amendments. Do we still need to vote on the entire ordinance?
Yes.
So if you're done with amendments, then you're back to the main.
We're done
motion.
with amendments. That's what I'm asking. Right.
Yeah, I think Mayor, if I may, the motion now And I frankly, well, I think we can go back to the original motion, and without being unduly parliamentary, if the maker of the original motion would consider restating the motion to approve on first reading as amended. And if the person who seconded concurs with that, you would be ready to vote on just your first reading as amended.
All right. Mr. Mayor, then I'd like to restate, I move we approve ordinance number 20-11046 as amended.
And who did the second?
I did not write that down. Did Commissioner Franz or Commissioner Wright?
I will second it this time. I think I might have actually.
It was
Okay.
Commissioner Ryan.
It was Commissioner Ryan?
Yes.
Second,
Okay.
as amended.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 20-11046 on first reading as amended. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
That passes 4-1. Okay, that note, we have no development business. Does any other commissioner have any other business to bring before?
Just, I'm sorry.
I just have two really quick.
You're cutting out again, Commissioner Hodges.
One is an article from the Kansas Government Journal that we got a couple weeks ago. In our packet. There's a wastewater treatment plant in Dodge City that is utilizing raw biogas and sells it to markets and actually gets a $5 million annual net income from the sale of the biogas. And as we're moving forward with our own wastewater plant, and I see Ms. Tasker still on the line, so maybe this is an option to consider going forward, that we might be able to find a way to harness that and tap into that market as well. I don't know that, I know there's differences between Dodge City and Salina, but $5 million a year it would be a nice bonus. And then the other thing I just wanted to follow up on, and there may have already been a response, was I think we all received an email from a gentleman named Alexander Novak from GSS Incorporated and US Cellular. And I didn't, regarding the timeline for our considering the agreement with US Cellular. Is that going to be on our agenda anytime soon?
Yes, I believe it's next week. I think part of the miscommunication was what constituted early December, but staff has responded back to him, and I'm working from memory, but I believe it's next week.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I believe that's correct.
I have one question. Is anybody done a follow-up on the South Penn property?
The South Penn property.
We declared 2 weeks ago or a week ago.
Yeah.
I drove by the other day and I noticed there's an orange fence around the back of the building. I don't know if it was there originally or not.
I'll have to verify with code staff whether they've met the prior requirements or not. But yes, we'll proceed as originally directed by you as the governing body.
Okay. I just wondered if they had initiated work or not at this point. And if they have, it's not readily apparent from the building,
right.
But it was an orange fence.
I drove by there, I think the day after we discussed, I think that orange fence was up that day.
Okay.
And I don't know if that was put up by somebody for safety purposes.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I just,
Commissioner Franz.
Yes.
Lauren Driscoll, Director of Community Development Services. Following that meeting, as requested by the City Commission, I believe somebody pointed out that there could be an opening in the house still. So code compliance staff went out immediately that morning and we did verify it and abate it for those safety concerns.
Okay. That sounds about right, because I think I drove by either that afternoon or the second day at Wednesday, and I noticed the fence. So thank you for doing that.
Welcome.
And I just wanted to say, as you continue to do your Christmas shopping or holiday shopping, don't forget we have some wonderful stores downtown. Most of them, I'd say the compliance with wearing a mask is in the high 90s. But if people still don't want to venture out that close to other folks, shopping online doesn't always mean Amazon, Best Buy, or Walmart. You can shop downtown online and keep those funds here in Salina. So try to shop local and spread the word.
Good point.
Could I add one, as far as the mask enforcement? I don't think we're closing, would it be a good point to make, but we've been doing the proactive mask enforcement since December 1st, and we've checked 77 businesses, and there's been 97% compliance rate to date. And we're doing it every day, not every day, we're doing it 4 to 5 days a week. So that's going well.
I will say, Chief, the officers that have been observed doing that also. It's showing up on social media, and I do appreciate it, because that was a hard criticism to accept for a while.
I appreciate that. And I might say it's two different things too. It's the self-initiated and then complaint-driven, two completely different things. But we've had 77 business self-initiated checks, and we've had 20 complaint-driven responses.
Okay, with that, we have an executive session we need to go into, and how long will we need on that?
25 minutes.
Okay. Does anybody need a break, or are we okay to keep going?
Take 5.
Okay. Okay.
And in our Zoom format, I think we have some procedural explanation after
Yes.
the motion before we
Yeah.
turn into executive session.
So do we want to go ahead and read?
Continue, you
So,
can.
Read the motion first then?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor, I move. Oh,
Go ahead.
okay. Boy, this is long. I move the city commission recess into executive session for 25 minutes to discuss the subjects of 1, the legal considerations relating to the governing body's potential consent to representation of the city by the city's legal counsel, the firm of Clark, Mize, and Linville, in the matter of a proposal by a private entity to purchase real estate owned by the city under circumstances in which the private entity, A, is also a client of the firm, B, has consented to the firm's representation of the city in the matter, and C, has not been provided legal advice by the firm regarding the matter. And if the governing body anticipates publicly consenting to representation by the firm in the matter, 2, the legal considerations involved in responding to the proposal to purchase real estate owned by the city with legal counsel based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The executive session would start after 5-minute recess, and then the opening meeting would resume in this room at, let's say, 7:15. Well, 7:15.
About 7:15. Okay.
And there is
Okay.
possible action to follow.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second to go into executive session for 25 minutes, returning to the Zoom meeting at 7:15. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, Mr. Scragg, I guess you'll make sure that we get off of.
Yes,
Live.
actually, what I'd like to do is ask Deputy City Manager Wood to explain. It looks like it's all, well, Salina Media Connection. There are a couple of individuals on here that may not be city staff. So I'd like him to explain the Zoom approach, how we're able to go into a private conference room and then come back to the main Zoom meeting for anybody that wishes to stay on the line and wait for us to return at 7:15. So Mr. Wood, would you take it from there, please?
Yeah, sure. So I have set up a separate break room they'll all open the room, and it should send you a pop-up message that you can accept to enter that room, and it will pull everybody from the main meeting into the breakout room, and then we can have our executive session. The regular meeting will continue to run as normal, And then as soon as we're done with the breakout session, we'll go back into the regular meeting where you can take whatever action you're going to take. So there should be a message that pops up on your box as soon as I open that meeting that you can click, and it will suck you into the breakout room.
Do we need to go to participants or chat, or just comes up on the main screen?
It should just pop up on your main screen.
Thank you.
That's for the participants in the
That's
executive.
for the participants, not for you.
Right.
Right. No, that's for city commission and those going into executive session. And then if any public wishes to stay on the line until we come back out of executive session, they don't need to do anything. They just stand by.
So do we start our break now, or do we wait for the invitation to come up?
Yeah, that's what I say.
I don't want to be caught in the bathroom when my invitation comes.
But Jacob, let's just have you send the invitation in about
Yep.
10.
That'll work.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we're on bathroom break, and you'll be getting an invitation to the executive session in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Stay in the meeting.
muted.
Someone's unmuted.
Okay.
I'm unmuted. It looks like now
Commissioner Davis, yep.
Hodges is
Now I am.
unmuted. Franz is still muted.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
We can hear you, Mayor Hopper. There, now Commissioner Franz is unmuted.
Yeah.
Okay. So it looks like all 5 commissioners, the city attorney and myself are now unmuted. Coming out of executive session. One of the questions that was articulated as part of the motion to go into executive session, and I need a second to find it here in the middle of this motion, is whether the governing body consents to representation by the law firm of Clark, Mize and Linville in this matter. And so I'll defer to Greg if you wish to elaborate or clarify, but that would be an open session decision that you as a governing body could make. And that would be decision point number 1.
Just speaking as a commissioner, I think it would be helpful if Greg could summarize very briefly what he told us in executive session vis-a-vis his firm's role and how that actually plays out when a client releases you from the attorney-client relationship. I just think that would be helpful for people to know and to have on the record.
Yeah, and it occurs to me that Mayor Hoppick recused himself from the executive session, so he doesn't have the benefit of that conversation. But Mayor Hoppick, this still pertains to Restore Properties. So as it relates to your need to recuse yourself, this also relates to representation of the city of Salina in a matter that involves Restore Properties.
Okay, I will just continue to just listen, and I will allow Vice Mayor Hodges to take the lead on this.
All right, thank you.
Sorry
Greg,
to interrupt, Greg, but feel free
Greg,
to.
if you could summarize that real quick, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly. We learned that the proposal presented to the city had been presented by Restore Properties, and in doing so, recognized that we, our firm, as indicated in the motion, has and does represent Restore Properties, but has not provided legal advice in relation to this matter at hand, this offer to purchase property owned by the city. With that, and in looking to the ethical rules that govern the conduct of professional practices by lawyers in the state of Kansas, the matter then becomes a question of consent by the affected clients. In this case, given our ongoing and extent of our role in relation to representation of the city of Salina, my partner responsible for the representation of restoration or Restore consulted with the principal of Restore and obtained an indication that they would consent in writing to our representation of the city in this matter. That is what precipitated bringing that question to the governing body as a preliminary question. Certainly, I think we're following the rules of professional conduct, but those rules call for the informed consent of both clients. And that's what prompts this discussion this evening.
And if as one clarification, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just to be clear, Restore Properties has consented for Clark Mize Linville to represent the city, and so the attorney-client relationship and privilege remains with the city, and Clark Mize Linville does not have any any interaction, any involvement with the matter at hand.
Right, there would be no matter in relation to restore
Right.
as to this potential transaction.
Thank you.
And to further clarify, your partner has confirmed that
Mr. Gregg?
there's been no counsel provided leading up to this. Clark Mize and Linville has provided Restore Properties no counsel on this topic prior to this time.
That's correct.
Do any of the commissioners have questions or comments on this?
No additional ones, no.
Okay. I don't know if there's any members of the public on the line, but I guess if there are, it would be appropriate to invite them to comment at this time. So if there are any members of the public that have questions or would like to comment, please raise your hand. There's an option when you scroll to the bottom of the screen that I believe allows you to raise your hand and ask a question, but I don't think that, I think we've just got staff on here at this point.
Vice Mayor, may I add one other point?
Sure.
Just to be hopefully clear to everyone and anyone that might be interested in the matter, we certainly understand, our law firm, we certainly understand that this is a matter purely in the discretion of the governing body. And the alternative is to identify other counsel. And there are other attorneys that could very capably handle the matter. So if, just to make abundantly clear, we're happy to do the work under these circumstances if that's the governing body's wish. But you certainly have alternatives if that is your wish, and we understand that.
Thank you, Mr. Bankston. Well, commissioners, how do you want to proceed on this item?
Do we need a motion to
Yeah.
consent? I would make the motion to that the governing body consent to representation by Clark Mize and Linville in this matter.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. Does it include the elements that we needed to refer to specifically, or can we just leave it at that?
We will provide a written consent that will be along the line of what was articulated in the motion or the motion that took you into the executive session. I wonder if it would be easiest to also authorize the city manager to execute that consent. It could either be the mayor or the city manager, as you all prefer.
Commissioner Ryan, are you?
Then I would add to the motion, yeah, that would the city manager be allowed to execute that consent.
And Commissioner France is?
I concur.
Okay. There's been a motion and a second to continue the city's representation in this matter with Clark Mize Linville and to authorize the city manager to execute agreement on the governing body's behalf. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. And now, Mr. Scragg, I'll turn it over to you. There's another part of this
Sure.
consideration.
Correct. The original motion also then contemplated that going into executive session regarding the legal considerations involved in responding to the proposal, which is item number 2 in that motion, if you have it in front of you. So if you, as the governing body, are so inclined, we could make a motion to go back into executive session to discuss the proposal and our response to the proposal. If asked to speculate about the amount of time, well, we're probably talking 25, 30 minutes, I would get.
Okay.
All right. I move the city commission recess into executive session for 25 minutes to discuss the legal considerations involved in responding to the proposal to purchase real estate owned by the city with legal counsel based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 7:50.
Second. There's been a motion and a second to recess into executive session until, and I'm sorry, what was the time?
7:50, 7:50.
Okay, until 7:50. The open meeting will resume in this room at 7:50. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. We'll be back at 7:50. All right. Are we all back?
Looks like Carl's muted and the mayor is still muted.
Mm,
There we go. Looks like everybody's unmuted now.
Okay. So we are back in open session and do not have any action to take at this time, correct?
Right.
Okay, so then I will turn the meeting back over to Mayor Hoppick. Unless he's left.
Okay. No, I'm still here. You just can't see my video for some reason. So I believe that is everything for today. I will accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, we'll see everybody next Monday. Thank you.
Thank you.